Hello, family. Welcome. This is Gina with Bijou Noir. You are tuned into the Blackness. I am so happy to be here with you guys today. Hey, Amina. Hey, sis. How are you? Welcome. And thank you. I have missed you guys, and I'm really excited to be here. We're going to have a great discussion. I'm hoping that it is one of the greatest. We're going to be talking about something that I think is really on time right about now. It's about understanding what the significance of Africa. I think a lot of us, that are, our origins are from the continent, or the people that are recognized to be from the continent based on our melanin do not and cannot even to begin to understand or appreciate a lot of the factors that come into that, or understand the reality of it. I mean, for a very long time we were made to, and even in this time a lot of us are made to not really we don't appreciate the fact that we're coming from the continent. There's a lot of discussion about that people don't are, a lot of people that look like us believe that they come from other places, and that may be true. I don't know. But fact is, I think it's time that we really have a good talk about this, about the significance of Africa. As far as I'm concerned, the universe, like I said in the title, functions on a balance. The whole universe function on balance, and for Earth, Africa happens to be the epicenter of that balance, and it has been for a very long time. And I do believe that it's going to continue to be that way, for forever, because this is how it's been. Africa has been at the for at the top of a lot of things that has happened throughout history. It's funny, I'm learning a lot right now about a lot of other spaces and people and their dealings, and a lot of some of the most significant things that happened have origin or roots in Africa. And it's amazing to me because it's like the most unappreciated continent, I believe, right now on this earth. It's a space that I don't believe is getting enough love or appreciation. I would like to really spend some time tonight just really talking about, that space and our origins, and do we understand, the importance of the continent and the people that come from the continent wherever we are right now, and how, you know, um, it's really unfortunate that I think that a lot of, the same, just like I feel like the continent itself is lacking confidence right now based on the fact that people are not giving back to it. I mean, the whole world, you would think, would be responsible to make sure. And I'm talking about Europeans too, the Asians, everyone in this whole world is benefiting from the continent, and many other places, but the continent is definitely the root. And even the places that are beneficial to other people, it's like places like Haiti, or Jamaica, or all those places. The people of the continent really made those places come alive, and gave them the depth that they have now. So again, that's again, sourced from the continent. I would really like to see some people come on board and really talk to some truths about that, or if they feel like if the continent was not something that they were proud of. And I can't say that you would be alone in this, because to be honest with you, a lot of us, and for the most part, didn't really know much about the continent. I don't even think some of the people that live on the continent can really talk to you know um knowing how important the continent is to the world. Most of the people there, for the most part, truly believe that to achieve something, to acquire something, um, for the most part, they have to leave the continent to do so. And I kept thinking about that this week. In I've been thinking about it for a while, but this week I really pondered on the fact that it's really sad how with these discussions, especially with the diaspora wars, there was a comment, there was a statement that was made to say, why are you leaving your country? And I believe it was to immigrants, and not just to the people of the continent, but also to people in the Caribbeans and places like that. Those of us that all come from the continent, and I thought about it a lot, and I'm like, it's a question. It's not a favorable question because there's a lot of bias and hate and scarcity in that question, you know. But it is a good question. Have we really thought about why these people are leaving these places and coming to places like Europe and America, Europe, America, Canada? Why are people leaving places like Haiti, Africa, Jamaica, Barbados, wherever they are in the Caribbean to go to these places? And the more I thought about it, the more I realized, just like we are unappreciated, those places where we are also unappreciated and muled and used up for whatever is precious in it. Well, the continent has been no has also been abused and has been colonized and enslaved, just like we the people were being colonized and enslaved. The earth itself, which they call Akubulan or Africa, or even, and I'm entangling some of that with the other spaces that, these immigrants come from. There is something to be said about, and I'm always saying this on this channel, following the money. It's funny because it's really kind of an oxymoron, because the money is really coming from those places, like Africa, like, I don't know if you guys know that gold mines in Haiti, all these places that are the poorest places on earth right now is where all the other places that are basically looking at folks that are coming from these poor places and calling them immigrants. This is where they're getting their source from. They're getting a lot of the things that make these big countries run and enriching those big spaces from these places that they're saying have nothing. um and it's really weird because you see, it's really the essence of what the people that come from that place or how they are seen in other spaces as well. As much as we, the people of, the people, the children of Africa, be it that we're the continentals or we're the diasporan from the continentals that were taken out by force, we all enrich. Wherever we go, there's a certain spice or a certain energy or frequency that we add to a space, to those other spaces, and it goes unappreciated. I mean, you could tap into a little bit of history and you'd be surprised of what you find. I was just sitting there and I was thinking, man, this is not just affecting the flesh. It's not affecting just us humans that come from the continent, the melanated humans or the humans of, beautiful melanin. It's also affected the spaces like Haiti, or the spaces like, Jamaica, or the spaces like Africa. The infrastructure pays, the water, the oceans, or the river, or the animals in those spaces pays, and it's really being depleted. And I really wanted to really take time today to really talk about that, because there's been a lot of fussing and arguing, and why did you come to this country, questions being asked. And I really wanted to give some of my continentals an opportunity to speak truth to that. And I also wanted to give my African Americans, and Caribbeans the opportunity to chime in. We're going to continue the conversation from the other day, but we're going to include first and foremost these spaces. We're going to talk a little bit more about these spaces that we're always talking about. These spaces that are, what's his name call them, shithole countries. All right. So that being said, I'm hoping that you guys understand it. I know that it's kind of like all tied in together right now, but really what I'm trying to say is I really want to have a conversation about um, why do we come to these spaces, us immigrants, and what are we running from, and why um, have those of us that are not running from them spaces, but we're taken away from the spaces, why are we rejecting the space that we were taken away from? Those of us that are screaming that we're not these people, we didn't come from these places. We resonate more with the spaces where they took us to. It's funny because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking right now that this conversation, I believe, it has the opportunity to become a very good conversation. But at the same time, I don't want to direct the conversation anywhere other than where we're supposed to go tonight, because I really want to spend time on us truly understanding why people are running into these spaces like Europe and in America and Canada, and why people are leaving spaces that Europe and Canada and UK, um, America, they're going to these places that we're running from, because they're going there for refuge to get the things that they need to enrich their spaces. But we, the people of those spaces, have to run from those spaces to go into spaces where they are to make money. And it's really kind of weird how that works. But that question that's been being thrown around, like, why did you leave your country, why are you here? It's funny, we used to hear those questions from white people, or racist white people for the most part, that would say something like, why are you here, go to your country, why aren't you in your country? But lately we've been saying these things to each other. And I thought about this. I thought about the question, and at first it did hurt, because I am a descendant of immigrants, born in Jersey, but a descendant of immigrants. But it did hurt. But at the same time, I was trying to realize. I realized the hurt that it was coming from. It was coming from someone that felt that this was the space. This is what our ancestors suffered for. This is all that we've have. And it made me think, okay, so let me look more into where we all was coming from. I do a lot of research into Africa, but really never took the time to really learn about a lot of different things about Africa itself, the continent, the people. I've been learning a lot about the people, but there's a lot to be learned about the continent itself. And then I kind of stepped back and was like, well, the people of the continent, the reason that we're speaking the way we're speaking, of course, it goes back to, yes, scarcity, yes, fear, yes, all those things. But it's also shame. I added shame to it this week, guys. And the reason I added shame was, it's like having that parent that, let's say you're educated and you're about to marry a young man, and his family is educated, and you're educated now because your mother struggled. She's a single mom. I'm giving you guys an example. She's a single mom that never really got through school, maybe stopped at elementary school, but she worked her ass off and she got you through school, and you went to university, and now you're considered very intelligent, and you move around with a certain class of people, and you still have this mother, and now you're ashamed of this mother, and in essence, I think it has a lot to do with shame, on some people's parts, that do not want to embrace their Africanness. They're ashamed. And then on the other side, there's scarcity. And yeah, fear still exists in that. but shame has come to mind. We are ashamed of things that do not make us look good. I remember when Donald Trump said, Haiti, Africa, these places are shithole countries. And when he said that, there was a lot of shame. There was a lot of shame, especially, I can't really speak for the African community, but I saw what they were saying online. So I could see that it infuriated them just like it infuriated the Haitians or anybody that's living in these third world countries. These third world countries are made third world countries by countries that are in greater position and greater power. So when the question is asked about why are you here? Why are you not in your country doing big things, or why aren't you achieving some of the things you need to achieve outside of here? It's really a big question, one that stings, but one that is really big and it has an answer. And I think it's important that we talk about that a little bit as well. So I hope you guys are in for it. I want to say hi to everybody that's here so far. Please take the time to share this discussion. Want to see more people in here before I get really in deep. Say hi to Joyce, Nero, welcome. He says it's not so much about just coming to a new territory, but to disassociating from the homeland mandate and demanding to be seen as the locals, pushing controversial policies against the Black locals. Oh, that's a very strong statement. So yeah, that's when you say it's not so much as just coming to new territory, but disassociating from the homeland mandate. Now, you might need to come on board and tell me more about that, or what do you think that means, or where you coming from with that? And demanding to be seen as the locals, to be seen as the locals, pushing controversial policies against the Black locals. Um, so you mean demanding to be seen as an African? I'm not sure. You're welcome. I'm gonna put the link out. So you are definitely welcome to come on board and tell me really what you mean by that, or go in depth with it. Welcome everybody again. Look, I wanna say this, and I wanna really get this out here. This is a talk with family. We don't have to throw, we don't have to be disrespectful to say how we feel. We don't have to be hurtful. We don't have to disassociate ourselves from from a quality that I believe that Black people have more than anybody. It's an ability to really understand the other person's position. We've done that, and I see that we do that in how we treat other people, even after they've devastated us as a people. We have this humanity that we show to others that we really need to parlay to ourselves. Um, Nero says the Black diaspora was coming to new spaces and fighting for Black people. Everybody would have no problem. If the Black diaspora was coming to new spaces and fighting for Black people, nobody would have no problems. Um, okay, I'm kind of, when you say the Black diaspora, do you mean like Black diaspora coming to America, Black diaspora going to Africa and fighting for Black people? Or are you saying that there are Black people that go into spaces that are not representing Black people, that are fighting against Black people? There is that, but there is that even within your own. It's not even about just people. There are going to be people that just don't see themselves, or just do not want to associate themselves. And again, that goes along with the shame that I was talking about. It has a lot to do with shame, not wanting to be represented um, as Black. Because they believe they are more than, they believe that they are. Some people actually feel like, hey, we are one. All humans are the same, and they have that mindset. But they're kind of hypocritical, because at the same time they kind of see Black people as less. So even those people, there are people that don't feel that way. They just, all people are all people to them. They're few and in between, but there are a lot of us, and I say us because it's usually within our own people, that when we stand in a space of, look, all people are the same, we're all the same people, what they're really doing is pushing they're not wanting to have to be seen as different. But in a world where you're automatically seen as different, all you can do is embrace your difference. And that's just my opinion on that. Okay, so I'm going to go to the first clip because I'm going to get this conversation started. Please, again, share, hit the like button while you're coming in, share the channel, and you guys, let's get ready to really get into this. First, I'm going to play a fun clip. You guys, many of you have probably seen this sister. I love her channel. She's really not doing that much right now, but I love this clip. It came out years ago, and I'm about to share it, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's really going to just really some positivity towards our people.
Hey everyone, I basically want to come and do another short video showing you all exactly what I displayed to my class, the Punnett Square. Before I get into that, it needs to be first understood that the oldest individual to ever be found on the face of the earth was a woman given the name of Lucy, who was African. She was found in South Africa. This literally ended all arguments that anyone on the face of the earth did not come from African people. That means that African people are the father and the mother of the entire universe. Now, the Punnett Square. This is what a Punnett Square is. This is what we use in science to display genes and genotype. This right here is 5 groups of people, the 5 groups of people of color. You have the black, who is the African, the brown, who is considered the Middle Eastern, the red, who is considered the Native American or the Latin. You have the yellow, who's considered the Asian, and the white, who's considered the European, just to keep it simple. Now, these 2 big X's display the African, because we are genetically dominant. Anyone that doesn't understand that black people are genetically dominant is a person that has first been miseducated on themselves. We've been taught to think that we're inferior, but the science behind it is all black people are genetically dominant. Now, those 2 small X's are white people, recessive. White people are a recessive gene. That means that when they have children with a black man or a black woman, all of the children will have the recessive allele masked by the dominant allele. So when you look at Thandie Newton from Norbit, she has a British father and a Nigerian mother, but she still displays blackness because blackness is dominant. When you look at Barack Obama, who has a Kenyan father and a white mother, he will still be black because black is the masker of his white. It's literally dominant. The same thing goes for Tiger Woods. So literally, anytime a black has a child with the brown, the child is now black. Black has a child with the red, the child is black. Yellow, white, the exact same thing. This is where racism comes in. White people are literally 16 to 18% of the entire world population, making them the minority. The thing about whiteness is it's a recessive gene. So you literally have to have 2 white parents in order to be white. So when Dylan Roof says you're raping our women, what does he mean by that? He means that anytime a white woman has a child with a black man, those children are not white anymore, because in order to clarify as white, you have to be 100% white. Well, to the people that are already the minority, it is extremely important to hold on to the genetics that they already have, because their genetics are already recessive. So think about prison. Why are so many black men are in prison? Because if you're in prison, what are you not doing? You are not having children. Why does it seem so many black American men are turning homosexual? So many black women are lesbians. Because if you are lesbian homosexual, you are not what? You are not procreating your race. The basis of racism is white people understanding that if we do not kill black people at all times, that they will eventually kill us. So when you look at black men being pulled over by oftentimes European police officers, shot and killed for no reason, is because they subconsciously understand that if I do not kill him, that he's going to kill my children with his genetics. Racism is not simply somebody hating you because, you know, you got this fly car, because they don't want to see you do well. White people do not want to go extinct. So in order for them not to go to extinct, they created a system called racism, white supremacy, in order to kill black people. Black people because we show the strongest genetic variability. So when you go to Africa, you're going to see a lot of different diseases that target black people, because we have got to diminish your numbers if we have a chance of living and surviving. This is the reality of racism. So we've been taught to hate our skin. We've been taught to hate our lips. We've been taught to hate our wide noses. We've been taught to hate everything about blackness, because really we're dominantly strong. Think about Venus and Serena Williams dominating in tennis. Think about Tiger Woods dominating in golf. Think about all of the amazing, basketball players that have played in the NBA, amazing NFL players. The majority of those individuals, if not always, are people of African descent, are black people That's not coincidental, because we are genetically strong. We are genetically stronger than any individual on the entire face of the earth, and the European knows that. So if he wants to live for the next 200 years and have blue-eyed, blonde-haired children, then that means, unfortunately, he has to kill us. Understand, overstand, wake up, love being black. Bye.
I thought that was real positive, and I wanted to start that with that. Okay, so that being said, we're gonna get into a couple of things tonight. We're gonna, I really wanted to share this discussion that really stood out for me. I really wanted to share this talk by I hope I'm saying the name, Asa Gerald Hillard the third. Um, Saba. Let me just put it on here, you guys. I know I'll be mispronouncing or chopping up these people's names. Have mercy on me, for real. It's not easy. It is not easy. I'm going to put the name up. We're going to listen to the clip. I thought it was really interesting. And I want you to really pay attention to a lot of what this elder is saying. Um, I think it's amazing because I learned so much, and I like the way he presented it. There's a lot to be said about the fact that a lot of us are not really taken in or appreciating, or even if you believe that your people came here prior to or came to the other spaces prior to slavery, that may be the case. And matter of fact, we have oral history telling us that there were a couple of places where our people came from, be it the Moors or be it, the brother Mansa Musa, to the other places. These people still came from Africa. Now, to deny your Africanness because of your understanding of people being in places like South America or North America prior to the transatlantic slave trade, or to neglect the fact that what happened to your brothers and sisters, the ones that came through the transatlantic slave trade, um, affected you still. Because even if you were at that time here, prior to the slave trade, you were put in slavery just like everybody else. You were treated like a slave as long as you had melanin. Now, if for whatever reason you lost melanin at that time and you were not black, then slavery would not have impacted you. There were Africans brought here, that is true, and they were enslaved. Now, there were Africans here prior to that, and they were also enslaved when the enslaving was happening. They were treated like slaves as well. There was a time that black men were just not appreciated, and it still is that time. I mean, but there was a time when black men did not walk free on the soils of North America, South America, or any coast in this world. And that's just the case. And we need to. It's a really weird thing when people are picking certain points to stand on, and then I'm like asking myself, even if you truly believe that my people were here because the Moors came. My people were here because they left. They were the L3 Hollow group that had left long time ago. So they were here prior to slavery. They were the people that became the Indians. Even if you believe that, you would have to still, to the root of that is still Africa. So I don't understand the disrespect towards Africa or even to self, because to be honest with you, that's like somebody talking about your mama. Your mama's still your mama. Even if you may be different than your mama, look different than your mama, you're still your mom. That's still your mama. Be it that she was, like I said, that she had less education or whatever. And it's funny that I'm saying that because I'm getting to something, and I should have shared this clip. This young man, I was listening to this young man, and he was talking about how he really was saying how he didn't feel like it was his responsibility to support or be there for his mom or his dad. His single mom raised him, and he was like, unlike a lot of people that feel like they need to do something for their mothers or fathers, I don't feel that way. They chose to have me. Nobody asked them to have me, and so therefore I don't owe them anything. If they need money, they need to, not call me and be there, and it seems like that's the type of energy. And this is a very young man, and he has a YouTube channel. I'm not going to share because I don't want him to get that kind of attention because it's really negative. But then he's not alone. There's a lot of young people that are really moving in the direction, and it has a lot to do with us. It's the way we see ourselves. And in essence, what I'm saying is, to me, the whole drumbeat of I'm not African, we are different, I came from this, I came from that, it's really the same to me. It's just feeling ashamed of mama, not feeling great about your source. Regardless if you like it or don't like it, it's still your source. And you may say, I'm not that, but other people will always see you as that. It doesn't matter because it's just the facts. It was amazing to me to watch that video, and that young man really brought a tear to my eye because he was speaking along the lines of the things that he did not like about his mother were the things that she couldn't control. I mean, she was poor. He said that poverty made me have no respect for her. And it was a lot. It was a lot going on in that clip, and I should have shared it. It would have been good to see, but at the same time, while I was looking at it, I felt so sorry for him and his mother. I didn't want to put any more visuals out there, let's say for his family or even his mother to see. Maybe she hasn't seen it, hopefully, but yeah, I didn't want to extend that. But that's what, along the lines of what it was about. And it made me think about our reality now, where there's a lot of, children of Africa looking at Africa in the way of, that could never be me. That's not who I am. And you think I could have come from people like that? And it's really hurtful to hear, not because I am more in love with Africa than anybody else. That's not the case. There's so many places that I'm learning to love because I realized we were there. We were everywhere. But at the same time, and when I say she, it's because I believe she is a she. The continent of Africa is our home. And I believe it's everybody's home, really. I believe it's the root, it's the epicenter of all life, of all existence. And I believe not just for this planet, I think other planets have also nurtured itself because of Africa. But that goes into some esoteric type of weirdo conversations we'll have later. Let me share this clip with you guys. I thought it was interesting. I'm gonna save the last clip and get into this one. I'm also gonna put the clip out, you guys. You come on in here. Let's talk about the shame, the way we see Africa, the way we see ourselves, how we can look at each other and call and treat each other like strangers, or look at each other and say, hey, you're not me because my people, I'm only going back to 1600, or I'm only going back to 1700s. Yes, let me respond to this. Sorry guys, got to turn off Facebook. Folks are just chatting. Okay. So that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and share the clip. I hope you guys enjoyed. I did put the clip out. If you're interested in join in. Let's just chop it up.
The Nile River, longest in the world, stretches over 4,200 miles down the eastern coast of Africa. Phrased by Martin Dugard in The Explorers, this mighty flow becomes something known as the White Nile, then merges with a second and completely different river known as the Blue Nile near Khartoum, in what is now Sudan. At that point it is merely the Nile, which it remains until it rushes into the Mediterranean Sea, discharging 300 million cubic meters of water per day. The Nile River is home to expansive wildlife, both dangerous and fascinating, natural wonders such as the falls at Lake Victoria and the Nile itself, and natural secrets hidden from the...
Okay, guys, so Africa is so expansive that I could not put in the whole clip, but I chopped it up and I took the part that I liked the most, certain things that I didn't know or things that I found so fascinating about Africa.
The eyes of outsiders. The greatest secret of them all, the southern source of the Nile, would be shrouded in mystery for thousands of years until two great explorers, Richard Burton and John Speke, came together to unlock this mystery for Britain and for the rest of the world. Africa would no longer be a continent hidden in uncertainty. John Hanning Speke was born in the summer of 1827 in the quaint and rural village of Buckland Brewer in England. Richard Francis Burton was born in the spring of 1821, 6 years earlier, in the significantly larger city of Torquay. From the very beginning of their lives, they were quite different people, magnetic opposites, as some would say. John Speck was known to keep to himself. In the novel The Explorers by Martin Dugard, it is mentioned that Speck was a loner who performed poorly in school and stumbled with the social graces. Conversely, Richard Burton was a renowned geographer, writer, translator, Orientalist, soldier.
We can stop right here. I want to welcome Be Better to the conversation. You're very welcome. I want y'all to pay attention to this clip too. This man was a F student and had nothing going for him, but pay attention to how he goes to Africa and, you know, flips the table on that. Africa has been a source for many people from other places from millennia. Welcome, Be Better. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. What would you like to add? You're on mute. You have to take your mute off. Hello? Let me see if I can help. Yeah, you're on mute. I cannot unmute you. You have to do that yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I apologize.
You're welcome.
I think that I know the young gentleman that you're talking about, though, that was talking about his parents in that way. One of the things I'm finding more than ever before is that as African Americans, we're taking on American culture. And I remember I've had a lot of, Caucasian friends that didn't like their parents. With us, or at least growing up, I don't care what you felt about your parents. Our role was always to respect and take care of our elders. And I feel like the generation is shifting with our generation. And
Sis,
I find that's more.
Sis, can you talk closer to the mic? People are saying they can't really hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like that's a part of American culture. Because as African Americans, I remember, I don't care what your mother did when you were a child, right? You had to respect them. And if something happened to them, you're going to always take care of them. And I'm starting to notice that there's a change in people, in our views, in some of our younger people's views. But I do think it has a lot to do with American culture. That
and when you
now
say American culture, this was not African American culture. This was white American culture. Is that what you're saying? Because
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's what I was noticing, and it really shocked me because when I heard him saying that, and then I thought about a lot of young people that YOLO, live your life, don't care about nobody else. That really took that frequency really is taking hold in our community, and I'm not sure where it's going to end because. I mean, if you listen to the younger, this young man may have been maybe 16, 17. So, and he's like, going to get, I think he's just about maybe 17. He's just about to go to college. And he's saying how, he's not going to take care of his parents. He don't feel like it's his responsibility. That's they chose to give me life. I don't owe them anything. And I don't care if they need it. They can't have it from me. Just because you took care of me don't mean I owe you. And when he said that, it just made me realize like, yo, that's how we treat. That's why this is how I feel like we treat the continent, treat the neighborhoods where we live in, wherever we are. We don't give back. We're not taken care of. We're not appreciating. And now it's starting to ricochet into our physical lives, into our relationships with our children. Because the one thing, if you had a son or a daughter that became something and they asked them on the news, what are you going to do? The first thing they always say is, I'm going to buy my mama a house, right?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah. So for me, it's for me, I'm looking at all of it and I'm seeing that there is a correlation here. This is a frequency that has truly come through, and it's really doing a lot of damage, but it's been there. It's just now that I think it's just at the peak of it. Icon, welcome to the discussion, my brother. Before I go back on and continue the clip, and thank you, my sister. Tell me what you think so far. Do you agree with what the sister is saying? Do you have a thought yourself of what is happening? Welcome, my brother. We can't hear you. Hey, Rakoya, come on in, sis. Amina, come on, guys. I really want your opinions on this. Icon, we can't hear you. Are you there? The mic is not acting right. All right, so let me go back to this.
Ethnologist, cartographer, linguist, poet, spy, fencer, diplomat, and explorer. He was a man of many talents. Burton was said to have snuck into Mecca, disguised as an Arab pilgrim, where only Arabs were allowed. There he was able to gain intelligence for Britain about the city and escape with his life. It was well known that non-Arabs caught in Mecca would be captured and would receive harsh punishment, even death. By the words of History Today magazine, compared with the brilliant and wildly unconventional Burton, Speck seemed a plodder. The two men's journeys began in 1856 when they were hired by the Royal Geographic Society to make an exploration in search of the source of the Nile. It was a well-known fact by the society and its members that for 58 years between 1798 and 1856, many explorers had tried to find the source. None were successful. The British people wanted desperately to be the first to find this source, for several reasons. It was that the continent of Africa was largely open for England to use, as it was needed to harvest natural resources.
So it was open for anyone to use. So this is the thing that's still happening to us, is not just on the continent, not just that the continent is open for anyone to use, but we are open to anyone to use. And it is something that we really need to be checking about ourselves, because you see, our opinions are easily waived by whatever frequency is being put out there. I mean, just the last couple of weeks, these diasporan wars have made a lot of us stop thinking that we're Africans. A lot of folks now are screaming that they're something else. And I'm just like, how do you even let that? But then it makes me realize this is what can happen. And this is like, you know how you say how you could have good children and then get around the bad people and they become something that they were not. The same thing goes for us. You know, we are now turning our backs on our source, which is ourselves, our roots. Again, we are doing it. It's not the first time that we've done it, but every time that we disconnect ourselves, and it's not just the diasporans doing this, it's not just us, the continentals do it too, because when they disconnect themselves by leaving the continent and not going back to really make it better, you know, in a sense, they're doing it as well, or not going back to really represent what could make it better for all people, not just for their personal selves. They're also doing it. I want to welcome Amina to the discussion. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about so far. It's a little different, but I really want to touch on this today.
Good evening. How are you, Gina?
I'm good. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a bit unique of a discussion, I believe. Um, the interesting to me when it comes to what we know today as the European is that when they discover something, they think that this is something wholly. How can I say it? As if these things had no true existence until they stumble upon it. And more than times than not, these other cultures and beings were around longer than the European was standing erect. That's the laughable thing. And
Yeah.
then the European becomes an expert all of a sudden. It's like
Yeah. They're telling you how to do things.
and then it's so untrue. It's like it's not factual until a European says it, and that's not true either. Um, that's wholly ridiculous in my estimation. Uh, but again, all what's happening right now is this, the band-aids being snatched off of the bullet wound right now, and whether people want to realize it, accept it or not, it really doesn't matter. It just reveals more and more that the lies are being dispelled and the actual truth of it all is also being revealed. The fact that there are individuals who do not deem themselves as a DNA African is another form of ridiculousness. When your DNA says something completely wholly different, you don't have to be born on a continent to be a DNA African. Your bloodline, your chromosomes say something wholly different and is more telling than your own, I guess, inept assertions, I guess you could say it to some extent. Um, so they can be, in la la land all they like. The biological science doesn't lie, despite desiring to detach oneself. Um,
One's reality.
it is what it actually is. And for those who deem themselves as descendants of chattel enslaved Africans, well, then that's exactly what you are. You're a descendant of Africans who came from the continent of Africa. And there is nothing that could separate you from that, nothing at all. Because if you're not that and you deem yourself solely as American, then according to the Neanderthal, you don't really have a rightful claim to anything. Because as an American, you're detaching yourself from the continent biologically. So then why should you receive any reparations if you consider yourself solely as an American with no genetic attachment to Africa? Then there would be no need to.
Yeah.
So to qualify that statement and to correctly state the assertion is to, indeed embrace your African DNA.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You know, biology of it all doesn't lie. And I just think it's just a no-brainer. I'm not calling anybody ignorant. I'm just saying the self-hate has to stop. That's all I'm saying.
And I agree with you
Can I just
100. Sure, go ahead.
yeah, can
I'm
I
sorry.
I'm glad that you're saying this. Thank you, Gina. But one of the things that I'm realizing is that we focus so much on our differences. And what we don't focus, or, the continent Africa. And I think people, when they start focusing on Africa, they think poverty and all this other kind of propaganda that's always shown in the media. However, if you are an African American, which I am, and even if I wanted to deny it, I really can't, because there are so many similarities that I see in African people. Just the language. Sometimes when I say and and I listen to that and I said, oh my goodness, that's where I got that from. Just so many similarities. The way we move our bodies, the way we love music. There's so many commonalities. And I think what we're going through right now is a part of the process, because now a reality is surfacing. So now we got all these, people are taking the DNAs and they're realizing that they are from Africa and they don't want to be a part of Africa. And I didn't know I was that African. I think that's a part of the process in order for us to really get to a place of, you know what, we are one. Because
So
I
you
was
think
in
it's
that
a
place.
psychological process, or it's just like shock? Like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, the reality is like, oh, wow, I am African, And the beauty of that, though, for me, is we have history. Now I have a real history before slavery. So if we look at it from that perspective and then try to find out, like why do I do these things? Why do I behave like this? When they talk about how Africans show up 30 minutes late to an event, and in the continent, here in the States, we talk about PP time. That's not a coincidence. You know what I mean? So if we can look at our similarities and connect from there, I think it will help a lot. because we keep talking about differences. Like, I'm not this one is not, I don't want to be from there. But if you start to really look at the similarities, I think it might empower us. Because I believe that African people are the most extraordinary human beings on the planet. I'm very clear about that. Just in their way of being, the way they interact, the way they speak, how poised they are. I love it. I love it. And I love that that's a part of my DNA.
I love it too.
You know,
It's the
yeah, it's a
most
part of my DNA.
it's the most eclectic part of me. And I'm happy that it's the majority of me, you know,
Yeah, and
because
I think some people, it's going to take time for people to catch on to see that beauty and recognize that beauty in themselves, because as the previous caller just said, there's so much self-hatred.
yeah. Now, let me ask. But first, let me say thank you, sis. That was breathtaking. Thank you, because you said everything I was thinking, and you made it. I'm not alone in this. Me, you, Amina. I see it the same way as you guys do. Jude, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about, really. This is a chop up about a couple of things. Us not appreciating ourselves, us being ashamed of our Africanness. And I'm not just talking about the diasporans, because I see some of that in our Africans as well from the continent. And us not, and it being reflected on how the continent is being appreciated, the people of the continent being appreciated throughout the world. And I believe that we're the source of that neglect. So tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. Welcome. Welcome, Jude. You're on mute.
Oh, thank you, Gina. How are you today?
I'm good. Welcome. You're always
Mm,
welcome.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Amina and the other person on this panel.
Her name is Be Better. Let me move the banner so you can see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Oh,
tell me.
nice.
Yeah.
Um, Based on the topic or based on what we're talking about, like, yeah, it's really sickening, like, being black. I mean, especially like, let me say Africans, right? It was just some, I think, like probably a few years ago that we were conscious of where we came from. Majority of us in the diaspora, you know, um, some Africans, when they came here in America, they always want to link themselves with, like, I mean, it was kind of like, saying you from Africa, you were looked upon um, like something, but I'm happy that actually, there's a global recognition of black, no matter where you come from, and that's a good thing, and it's just we should keep that unity. I mean, instead of like asking where we're from, it's high time we all know where we came from, and we should at least accept that that blackness should be something that can unite us, and not exactly where we're from, but that blackness should be something that can unite us. And it seems we're working towards the right direction, because all these YouTube channels and us talking to each other and stuff like that, I think it's helping a little bit. It's helping out. But the people that are failing out, I think like some of us are still failing, like the unity cause, because some of us really don't know what it is, and um we still like focus on the countries that we came from, or I'm from the United States, or I'm from this part of Africa, I'm from that, and that will never help, if, especially when we're talking about unity, and you want to be specific where you came from, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I really don't have much, it's an interesting topic, and I just, when I see this map of Africa, at least I wish people can realize that this was how thing was. We didn't have no Nigeria, we didn't have no Mozambique, we didn't have no Madagascar or South Africa, or or Kenya, or it was just Africa, and you could come from any part of it and just be part of it, instead of like, oh, I'm from this or that, or this person is, Charlie, voting for the cause or stuff like that. And yeah, it just doesn't make sense. And another thing that I want to touch on is that being from Africa doesn't mean you look dark skinned, and most people get confused because just because you're from Africa doesn't mean you gotta be dark. I mean, you can, and I'm talking based on like North African people because it seems like we always. I'm talking based on to Niger. It seems like when he talk of African, he's talking about black. So it just doesn't make sense because in all the continent that I've seen, in some part of those continent, you have other people that look different as well. You go to North America, you will find a different complexion. You go to South America, you will find people in the Caribbean and stuff like that. You go to Australia, you will find Papua New Guineans, and you go to Asia, you will find people in India that look, so, and Africa shouldn't be different. So, but the thing is, if we have a one mentality, a one unity spirit, that we can say, if you from the continent, at least, or you representing, or you from this part of the, or you look like us, at least you should be. We should push for that same goal. I wish one day Africa can have that one currency that can link the whole Caribbean, and one currency system that would be good for the whole black. Like you have a Caribbean countries doing one currency with the same with African countries, and that's gonna be great. That's one step that will probably boost the economic structure of Africa. And that's just what I have to say. Thank you so much.
I like that last part, Jude. I mean, to think of one day that Black people wherever they are would be sharing the same currency as especially the Black Caribbeans or Black places where Black leadership is, where they would be
Right.
saying sharing the same currency as Africa. That would mean its tentacles would reach over and connect itself to its children, and that's really something that is needed,
Right.
not to benefit the people extending to, but also very much needed for Africa, because
Right.
once that happens, then people can look at her like mama. You know what I mean? Could look at her like,
Right.
this is our mother, this is our source. We have to take care of her.
Say,
And I
say if you're from Haiti, right? You want to go to Jamaica. You don't need to change currency. You want to go to Ghana. You can just fly. You don't have to change currency.
That's a beautiful
And
thing.
stuff like
That's a
that.
beautiful
It's
thought.
just
Yeah,
right.
I
But he
like
can
that.
make that happen. He can make it happen.
How do we begin, and where do we begin, and with what I would love to see it happen, and I'm on board. But man, I don't know. Do you think we're going in that direction anyway? Do you think that that is even something that we're able to do? I mean, when
I
you think
do.
about some of these diasporan wars right now, do you think our people are ever going to really? I like what you said, Amina, and I love what Be Better said. It's like you're saying this is really inevitable, and people are starting to realize it, and it's no stopping it.
I
Are we
do.
there?
I
Are we?
do. I think we're on a path to in that direction. I think the so-called diasporan strivings or contentions with one another, I think that's
Yeah.
just solely a smokescreen
Mhm.
for what is inevitable. And it's a train that's on the move, and nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop it. That train has left the station. And I think I'm not trying to put all the responsibility on the young,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I think that they are the ones who are in the driver's seat, and it's up to us, the elders, to support them in their endeavor
Yeah.
because it's about their future going forward. It's not our future any longer. They are the future, they are the driving force. So if we're smart, we should get out of the way, give them the guidance and wisdom that they do need to forge ahead, to keep going in that direction. Unity will come. It took time for all of these um, sidetrackings to occur. It took
Yeah.
time, and it's going to take time to get the train back on the tracks. But I think we're headed in the right direction, regardless of the deflections and the smoke screens and um, the noise that you hear. Uh, it's something that can't be stopped, no matter who and what tries. And the attempts are there. We
Yeah.
have too many of our own who are trying to get in the way of the progress because they are choosing to be vices of our opposers. Because if we unite together as one fist, then they believe that that will be their ultimate genocide. But it, it has to go the way it has to go. I see today as a revisit of history,
Mm,
and you know, I believe that history is going to go back to the original source. It's just a matter of time. It has to go that way, and all the lies um, are being revealed. And I pray for this virtually every day, that
yeah,
the lies are dispelled and the truth is
told
spread
and
wide, like wildfire.
yeah,
And I'm seeing it happen. There are a couple things that throw you off, in terms of like, will this happen? Could it happen? Will it happen? But I believe we can't be faint of heart. I think we have to see the end even while we stand where we stand amidst all of what we see. And we think, are we going backward instead of forward? And I think we are still going forward. And even during the times of our ancestors being, on throughout the diaspora, um, changes were being made, even in the face of violence and against them
yeah.
and denigration against them. They still forged on for a brighter day despite it all. And I think we have to carry on that same cultural, spiritual endeavor.
And I agree with you 100%. One thing I saw D. Griven say, and I agree, most of our young people, most of our young does not feel supported by their parents and no longer listen to the elders. And yeah, and the parents no longer listen to the elders. And that is something that is very true. There's been a lot of things that's happened to us that's brought us here, that's gotten us here. But, like I say on this channel, we have a responsibility individually to try to change that or to turn that thing around personally in our households, be it with our relations, be it with our relatives that have, for whatever reason made us feel like, okay, you don't have to let people into your life, but you can let people know that you're at peace with them. You can forgive people within yourself so you won't harbor that. And when it comes to your children, I mean, the people that are in your house, I mean, people that you live with, um, yeah, we have to get to a place where we're listening to each other and letting the children know the things they need to know, giving them the ammunition, and also supplying them with the wisdom that we have and have available to us. It's important. It's really important because I think that that's what been missing these last what, let's say, 10 years. Um, yeah, some of these children don't even know who, I mean, like when you talk to them and you talk to them about certain things or history, they have no clue. And that's not everybody's children, but certain ones don't. I was watching this clip the other day, guys, and this is in Haiti. This young man, he looks like he's in a pretty comfortable, well-to-do home, but he looked like he could be like maybe 7 or 8. He had a YouTube channel and he had a gun, a real gun, and he was pointing it and he was threatening somebody. And I was thinking, my gosh, this is not something you hear of in the Caribbeans, like not like in a sense of children doing this, but it's like there is this sense that who's driving the vehicle, that question, who's operating this vehicle. There is a sense that there is no nobody minding the shop as far as parenting goes. In some cases, speaking to a young lady in Philadelphia, and she was saying how, man, she's really stressed because it's tax season, and tax season means that you could get robbed or killed, and the numbers are so high in Philadelphia, and it's just the sense of that there is this lack of appreciation for life. Um, people are more concerned about having things and money and than really appreciating life and the things that are life giving. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. I appreciate you, Amina. That was really great. I'm going to go ahead and finish off this clip because I really want to play this next clip, and I think we're all going to enjoy it. But this was really, pay attention to how these people go into the continent and they were able to find their riches. I mean, this is where they go. The places that we're looking at now, and we're looking at, let's say, those of us that are in Canada or UK and America, and we have people like immigrants coming over, and we're looking at them and we're like, why are y'all here? Why are y'all coming here? And those of us that are in that space, for whatever reason, be it scarcity, fear, or shame, I want there to be a recognition that these spaces are being usurped of all the resources, and the people that have access to it, for the most part, are not them. So they're leaving these spaces and going into those spaces. And yes, yes, I'm gonna tell you something else too. It's not it's not something that we understand that is happening to us here as well. Meaning that, we're in these situations like right now. I told you about, I have a sister that lives in Philly, and she was like, I just can't be in this neighborhood anymore. I can't be in this. And so there's a lot of people that are leaving the hood as well um because of what has happened, because of scarcity, because people are scared and people are running from scarcity. So it's the same thing when you think about people leaving the hood because they're trying to just get out of certain situations and trying to make their life better. Um, the same thing. This It's really the same reality, but in a more desperate way, because in some cases, places like Haiti and places like Africa, places like, most of the Caribbean, most of the third world countries being devastated by the first rate countries. They're places like Europe, Canada, and America. They're going into these places and I mean, it's devastation, man. There's nothing. They're leaving nothing. So these people are they're following the money. I always say that they're following the money. And that's the true answer for it. But I'm going to continue.
Another reason was that powerful countries before them, such as Rome and Greece, had failed to find the source. Britain succeeding where so many others had failed would prove English power and bring fame to their country. The source's mystery and mystique eventually became legend. The 18th century French author Montesquieu claimed a reason for the lack of finding the source. He once said, "It is not given to us mortals to see the Nile feeble and at its source." The explorers would know equal fame, so Speke and Burton were honored to have this opportunity. To keep the findings of this mission a secret, the search was under the guise of finding the Sea of Ujiji. On the eve of the 1856 journey into Africa with Speke, Burton said, "Of the gladdest moments in life, methinks, is the departure upon a distant journey into an unknown land." The two arrived at Zanzibar, an island city in Tanzania, on the 20th of December 1856, the home base for their journey into Africa. Leaving the coast, the group then moved inland onto a well-worn slave trade route, leading inward 745 miles to Ujiji, where Burton planned to travel on foot with a caravan of native porters. On February 14th of 1858, over a year later, Burton sees the first glimpse of Ujiji and the shores of Lake Tanganyika. It is now known to be the longest lake on earth. Burton was the first foreign man ever to lay eyes on those waters. Speke had earlier lost his vision after long days of intense glare from the sun. "The great lake in question was nothing but mist and glare to my eyes," said Speke. "The lovely Tanganyika lake could be seen in all its glory by everybody but myself." His sight gradually returned after many days of healing at Ujiji. Burton was convinced that the lake he had just discovered, Lake Tanganyika, was the source of the Nile. He presumed that the river flowed north and exited the lake. This was its southernmost reach. Burton was anxious to return to England and share his findings with the Royal Geographic Society. But Speke was not convinced, and so it was on their return trip to the coast, Speke broke off from Burton and his group at Kazeh, modern-day Tabora, in Tanzania. Leaving north with a 34-man caravan on July 9th, 1858, Speck traveled for 3 weeks. He simply kept walking farther and farther north, hoping that reports of a Great Lake were true. They were. On August 3rd, Speck discovers Lake Victoria. He is convinced that this is the source. Speck later wrote, "I no longer had any doubt that the lake at my feet gave birth to that interesting river, the source of which had been the subject of so much speculation and the object of so many explorers. This was correct, but not believed at the time." Speck returns to England in May of 1859 before Britain and announces his claim. He is sent back to Africa in September of 1860 to prove his claim. There were difficulties because the expedition's 2 interpreters quarreled, which complicated the negotiations with the local rulers through whose territories the expeditions had to pass, and with the Arab traders from whom it...
A lot of times when you hear like people going into spaces in Africa in the 1800s or 1700s, whatever, there's always seems to be some negotiation going on. And you know what? When I used to hear this, I used to say, hogwash, what negotiation? And, for the most part, there was some trickery, but there were negotiations. And we need to take that realistic, we need to really hear that and understand where we've made mistakes. I mean, I don't know if it triggers anyone or anybody is there yet, but when you hear history and you hear that they were negotiating with the chiefs or with the leader, the kings, what do you think? What comes to mind when these people come into the spaces and say, hey, they were negotiating? What kind of negotiating do you think was happening?
There was no negotiation. It was tyranny. It was colonization. It was terror. It was violence. There's no negotiation at all. And that's just trying to whitewash history to make it seem as though it's like, did Sally Hemings have a relationship with Thomas Jefferson? No, she did not have a relationship with Thomas Jefferson. She was raped. She understood the situation in which she was born into.
It's tricking
Like
them.
she had a choice. She did not have a choice.
She did not.
She did not have a choice. She lived with a rapist who owned her
Can't say
as
that
his
word.
spokesperson.
That's one of the YouTube keywords. But yes, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
You know what? I think when I think about Africa today, right? So what are our leaders doing there now? So they are negotiating with folk, right? However, the leaderships are the only ones that are benefiting from those negotiations. I think that's the big missing. Is like,
yeah. And that was the same thing back then. That was the same thing. It was only the leadership. The people were being sold, and the leadership were negotiating for people to be sold. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, that's what it is. So that's where the problems start. We got to start at the top, right? Because one of the things I know, like, I don't know if you ever heard of this documentary. It's called "The Men Who Built America."
Yeah.
And it was the Carnegies, the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and they were considered enemies. But there was something that happened, and they all came together, literally came together, so that they wouldn't lose their power as individuals.
And
so
that
one of the things,
I'm sorry. I'll wait.
Go ahead. No, that's real power when you can put your ego aside and say, you know what, guys, I know I like you, and I don't know, but you know what? We got to stick together on this one so that we all can win or have the possibility of winning. When you have leadership that are only thinking about themselves and no one else, you're doomed.
Yeah.
But that's where the realization comes in. And Dr. Barashango, he really drives that point home when he stated that ultimately the Europeans realized that with all of the violence that they were ensuing on one another, they realized that the you know financially they were hurting and hurting really, really bad. So they learned by having scarcity amongst all the Germanic tribes because all they were doing was pillaging and killing until ultimately there was nothing to steal. So they realized that they had to leave where they were to say there has to be something somewhere else. So this is where all of the so what they deem as explorers. They weren't explorers. They were searching for other things to steal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that scarcity that they encounter at their own hand, okay, they said, guess what? We got to find something else to steal.
Yeah.
And when someone else found somewhere else, and they found that these people, we can play a significant role by acting as if we're coming to trade.
Yeah.
We'll use that as a vice,
Or
as a mean.
coming to bring God to them, or
It was
enlighten
it was
them.
it was that it was a couple things in tandem. That's what the Spaniards
Yeah.
initially brought with them
Yeah.
when they came to the Americas
Yeah.
with the god with uh, de las Casas
Mhm.
and with the indigenous people.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, are you God?" And they laughed at them. They laughed at the indigenous people, and they said, "Okay, yeah, yeah, we're God.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah, okay, we think we are, we are."
Yeah, we'll take
So
that.
they just played it against these naive people, and that's how they see. He saw them as children. Same thing on the continent. Saw them as naive children, and they played it.
But when we think about what they did, do you think do you blame them, or do you blame our leaders for not being apt to understand that?
I don't think. I don't think. I don't think it's about blame so much. We're just
Well,
people who are different beings. They're different people. They're not used to functioning on that level.
mm,
So if you take a naive people, okay, they're
mm,
naive. That can be said amidst a very dubious, clever,
mm,
con artist, deceitful type people. Okay, you could call it being naive and ignorant, and you could call it that. But they had never encountered people like the Arab who were very, very what is the word? They were very clever in their approach. They deceived people by thinking, hey, if I join with you in the religion, I marry you, that makes us family. So then ultimately your loyalty would be to me, not to them, regardless if they look like you or not. But hey, we're family now. So hey, you owe me a loyalty that you don't owe to anyone else, despite whether they look like you or not. And there
right.
was no issue of color. There was no issue of color whatsoever. The European brought on the mindset of tribalism. There was no tribalism in the way that how they wielded it.
Yeah.
It was different. It's not. We have to take the way it's being perceived today. We can't look at it with those same eyes because that's not actually how things were maneuvered. So
Yeah, but I do.
you had that naive. I'm sorry. You had that naivete, yes, but they weren't used to encountering people like these. They were not garden variety type of people that they were used to. If the indigenous people, how is it that the indigenous people in Americas and the continental Africans, how is it that they could have the same approach to this this different being of people? Because see, they got their start with maneuvering those antics against one another. That's how they know what worked because
Yeah.
it worked on people who look like them. and it had been going on for a couple centuries. This is not new
Yeah.
because the Spaniards and the Portuguese, they weren't originally, pale in appearance. They migrated to that
Let me ask you
over
something.
time.
The naivety or the not knowing, you know, we could definitely look at the past and say maybe that was the case. We don't know because I believe there's nothing new under the sun. But when we think about today, and we still have leaders that are making decisions that way or negotiating in ways to benefit others or just themselves, how do we justify that when everybody
You
knows
can't
history?
justify it.
Yeah,
That they're just being that's a whole new different area, and they feel a sense of inferiority due to colonism. And I'm saying, you guys are horrible negotiators. Horrible. You don't deem yourself and your people important. And that's a false sense of self. That means that I see myself in such a um, downward, usurped way
yeah,
that I don't even see that I have a right to benefit. That's a person who have a lack of self-respect and perceive others over themselves. So I'm like, no one can be that horrible of a negotiator.
right.
In order for that to be the case, that means that you have to see yourself in such an unfavorable light that you don't deserve to be just as shrewd as anybody else when it comes to negotiating. And if it doesn't benefit you and your kinsmen in the long term, then the deal doesn't go down. You don't have to take anything just because someone is, you know, put something on a silver platter and trying to serve it to you as though it's clean and pure. You have to be more shrewd in your approach in terms of what you have a right to. So again, we're talking about accepting the 30 shekels of silver and not really knowing your worth.
Not knowing your
Yeah.
Judas all over again.
Well,
Okay, so
it's not so much Judas. They become Judas, but ultimately, if you don't know what your own worth is, you accept anything.
exactly. I agree. Be better, better. You wanted to say something before I go on to the clip again? Or
Yeah,
Jude, I think she's first,
I,
and then I'll come to
Yeah.
you. Go ahead, sis.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with it. But in addition to that, we know better now, right? So we're not as naive as we were years ago, right? So we know that our people are starving, hungry, and dying. We know the kind of money that other countries are getting. Like we know the kind of money that Africa is getting. Like Ethiopia, I just read, got what, 900 million. So
That's a lot.
money that money and that's U.S. dollars, right? So where's
But,
that money going?
but
Who is that
actually,
money?
that's not a lot of money. That's not a lot of money. Really, it's
It,
not. The
it
amount of
It's enough to build at least a couple of hospitals.
think of it in this respect. Think of it in this respect. Do you know how much all of the European countries and even some of the continental African countries donated to the rebuilding of Notre Dame being burnt down? Do you know how much ultimately they gave? We're talking about in the trillions just for an old a Neanderthal church that benefited financially
So, but that's even
from
making the
human
case.
enslavement.
But that's even making the
but,
case. They sent that much money to. That means that That's even more elaborating on the fact that they have access to money now. Why aren't they doing more? And I think that's where she's going with that. You're right. If they were able to send trillions, God
Even
darn.
even African presidents donated money where they wouldn't even put that money in the infrastructure and building their own country. So what does
Not
that
even
tell
us.
you?
Oh, go ahead. One person. Everybody has to turn their
so
mic
that's
off.
I agree with you. That's my point. So it's not that we're naive or our leaders are naive, right? Is that they're getting the money and they're not using it for their community. They're not using it to get these homeless children off the street and build housing for folks and give people infrastructure, clean water. They're not using it for that because 900 million US dollars in Africa in one country is a lot. And I didn't even go through all the listing of what all the countries received. And that's just from the US. So money is being funneled, but it's just not trickling down to the people, right? And so there's nobody policing the leadership. It's obvious. No one is really policing them to let them know, like, okay, this is not okay. Like, I need water. Kids are hungry. There's now 811 million hungry uh, people all over the world, and a lot of them are in Africa. That's not naivete. I don't think that has anything to do with being naive. I think it's being kind of, selfish, not thinking of others.
No, it's not
And I think
naive at all. That's intentional.
exactly, and I feel like we got to get out of that. We got to get out of that because there is enough for us all. So if we help and begin to build Africa, those kids, we get those kids into schools, get educated. They become educated, they branch off, they start doing well. The next generation, they start doing well. Then we have something to build on. If we're not even helping the ones that need it most, these babies that are homeless, what are we doing? Like, how heartless can we be? So how I feel is, if you're not thinking of your people, if people are looking at you around the world and seeing what's happening to your people, they what kind of change you have in your pocket, you're not using it to help your folk. They thinking if you don't love your folk, like, why can't we come over there and just demolish you or take, you don't find it as valuable what you have to offer or what kind of resources you have in your land. So I think that's the other thing. We don't look at it from that perspective. People are always watching. And how I'm really gonna treat you how you treat yourself or how you treat your people. It's like when people come in your house. If they come in your house and you cursing your mother out, you cursing your kids out, and you're saying this about your family members, people lack respect for you and your family members.
I agree with you. And I agree that's how people look at us throughout the global community, not just throughout the diaspora. It's just the global community. And it's like you have to, regardless as to where any ethnic group is, they see themselves really as one mighty fist. And it looks very childish and infantile almost to be scribbling over nothing. And what we don't realize is that we're keeping ourselves from what we deserve to have by this inner squabbling going on. It's like, do you not know what you're missing? You're going to miss it all with all this inner squabbling over nothing. While other people are taking your birthright, you're scribbling over nothing. Nothing, right? So I agree with you that that self-hatred we have, and like, well, oh, I don't have anything, so I have to get mine before. No, what about your country people, the people on the land? They have a birthright that they deserve to have. And we as diasporans have to join with the continentals who are our DNA African family. We are.
They have
We
to join
are.
with us wherever we are, and that's the only way it's going to work.
And we have to work together. Now, the old guard that's there, they have to be removed. If you're not for the progression of your future and the progression of the land in terms of building infrastructure, technology, commerce, trade, if you're not willing to join we're going to the 22nd century and forward, you have to get out the way because you're impeding progress. But the part of the problem is that they're still there because they're being funneled money and they're puppets for the puppeteer.
Yeah.
And that has to end today.
And I think word is power. And I think a lot of us don't realize that. I like the fact that you ended that with it has to end today. And I think that has to be something that we we really start emanating through ourselves, our wanting for, a stronger people or a stronger connection with our people throughout the world, are wanting for a more empowered Africa, a more united people, and leadership being true to the word itself. I think we need to speak that into existence. I love how you ended it when you said it has to end today. I believe I agree with you 100%. Um, One thing that stands out for me a lot of times when I think about the continent, and I think about, a lot of the reasonings that go into us selling out, this individuality, this thing that we have where we don't understand. And a lot of people say that that's just the way the world works. No, it don't. Everybody, like Amina said, like Be Better said, everybody's working in cohesion to try to leave the world a better place for their future selves. And it's our responsibility as well to make sure that we leave um, a better place for our future selves. Our ancestors did it. They fought long and hard and brought us to this point, and it's our responsibility to do as much as we can. And I think, and I love how, there's so much accountability being taken to, being talked about today in this discussion. And I love that because, to be honest with you, I've been pushing this, you guys know, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, that it really, and I like how Be Better said it. I've said it before here, and I will say it again because that was one thing that stood out for me tonight, that we need to stop acting like people are not supposed to take advantage of situations. You better believe they will every time. This is not personal. It's just, if I see a situation where I can take advantage of some people, I may do that. That's what they're doing. No one owes you anything. And the reality is that, we sit aside, and you see it now. A lot of us are not even willing to claim our Africanness because we're waiting, because we're aligning ourselves with something that we think we might be getting, aka reparations. And trust me, it's not just happening in America. The Caribbeans are all caught up in CARICOM for this reparation too, that they're not even willing to align themselves with Africa because of it.
Gina, I say while people are waiting for that pie in the sky, we still need to be about our business.
Yeah.
We still need to be about our business. That doesn't mean we sit and wait on our hands while you're looking to our to people who doesn't see our value. We have to see our own value and ourselves and keep doing what we need to do to get where we deserve to be as a people.
Yeah.
I'm not waiting on anyone or anything to
And,
seal
and
my fate.
I don't even know why we need to just to remove ourselves from ourselves, our source, because they know where they got us from.
Yeah, exactly.
They know.
And
They know
all
where
these
they picked us up from. They know if we're claiming that this is the reason why we deserve reparation. Those of us that are claiming from the CARICOM community, from the other communities, not just here but in Canada, UK, everywhere. There's a whole bunch of us in different spaces claiming to be independent and not really belonging to these other people, asking for reparations, and but we're disconnecting ourselves from the source of the reason why they owe us reparations, because they took us forcefully from the continent. Otherwise, nobody owes you reparation. If somebody came and they and just all this fear and love in war. When you're talking about kidnapping people from a place, though, that's different.
I think our approach
That's a
is
reason
kind of
for
wrong.
reparation. So that's a reason for you to want to be connected to the continent, because the fact is that you know people coming in and maybe coming in and taking over territories, that has happened between white and Chinese and Chinese. This is a normal affair. Nobody's reparating that. Not really. The Indians got it, and that was it. You're not getting it what the Indians got for that. They already reparated somebody for that. So your reparations, I believe, has a lot to do with the idea that you were taken from Africa to the Caribbeans, taken from Africa to America, taken from Africa to places like Canada, Europe. So that would connect you to Africa. Why the disconnect? Go ahead.
I just think that it should be more of a demand than asking.
Mm. Mm.
And while you're demanding what you're demanding,
Mm-hmm.
still don't keep your eye off the prize and doing what you need to do what you need to do for you and your own people. And
Yeah,
that's the respect I have for our progenitors, that although they were demanding human rights,
they were pushing forward. Yeah,
they were still doing the work that needed to be done
yeah,
to liberate to liberate themselves economically. Um, we have all the history. Every you can't run from the history. They were protesting, they were demanding, and they were working to be independent because they were forced to be independent. So they said, okay, you want to keep segregation going? Okay, we're going to do our own thing, and we're going to work with one another, and we're going to use the skill sets that we do have. And thank you, Quakers, for helping us have a pang of religious uh, guilt enough to help educate us to a degree. And even the most eloquent were not college educated. So if they can do all that they did with, with less than what we are working with.
yes, and under a lot of pressure, under a lot of
Immense,
yeah,
immense,
a lot
daily.
of stress, a lot of abuse, a lot of mewing.
Families being destroyed and
Yes,
separated, and
under duress.
mutilation and daily lynchings and mutilations and rape, and it goes on and on. And even despite it all, they still forge ahead and said, we're going to do it for us, by us, for those who can and willing to help us. We'll utilize their help, but we are going to do what we need to do for our own liberation.
We're gonna take instead of acts, meaning that our freedoms are. I mean, to be honest with you, the best way to deal with something, I don't know. I look at it like a bad relationship. This relationship that we've had with others.
I don't even view it as a
I'm
relationship.
let me land, and you'll see
Okay,
where I'm coming from.
okay.
When I think about bad relationships, I think the only way to really um I don't think staying in it and trying to make it work, or fighting for it, or asking people to pay back money that they've owed in it and they never gonna pay back, or asking people to see your worth in it. I don't
Hmm.
think that works. The only way that it works is when you leave.
For us, it don't work for us. But I don't think, for to me, Gina, I think the fact that yes, it does make sense, as people who have made the world what it is.
Hmm.
We have done that. That's indisputable.
Yeah.
If we should have to beg anyone for anything, and I don't believe we should. And I think these these uh these little placards that are just no, no, that's the wrong word. These little tricks that are being, in terms of carrots being dangled and before us, given to others, is just a tactic of divide and conquer, and for us to get angry at other groups for getting what they get. and not that they deserve to have it so much because they didn't build this country. Okay.
Yeah.
The Chinese and Japanese were coming into the Americas in the 1860s, 1850, and the Latinos, in terms of from the Americas and, you know, from the South, meaning the Mexicos with Texas and California, was all Mexico at one point. But when they started to migrate, that was like in the 1960s, right? So our ancestors' unpaid labor made America profitable and gave it an economic positive floor to do it, to flourish economically and to be a superpower economically. So we know that already. I personally, I understand people agenda. I understand people's agenda and demanding, not asking, demanding reparations. I understand it, but I'm not relying on it because they don't qualify my ancestors' work, self-worth.
No.
Personally, I don't think this country generates enough wealth to
pay for what
reparations for all that they have stolen, for all of the blood on the hands of this system of institutional systemic racism. They don't have enough, and they know they don't. They know they don't.
When you think of reparations, I want a quick question.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think anything at this point makes a difference, right? So I do feel like, of course, demanding it. But the fact that they're right now in serious conversations and negotiations, at least in California, I do know that, right, about reparations, I think is very important. And I think it's important for reparations to be given to all, Caribbean, people around the diaspora. And I also think it's important for us to keep moving forward. I don't think it's one or the other. I think at this point, we're so far behind, we need to do many things. So if you got people fighting, I got it. If you have people that are fighting for reparations, that's awesome. I'm all for them. If you got people who are talking about going over to Africa and build Africa, I'm all with that. So we don't need this one group to do everything. We need multiple groups of people to be actually doing multiple things to move us forward.
I disagree with your contention about reparations given to all. Our ancestors did not enslave and kill Libyans, and didn't kill the Jews, and didn't kill the Japanese Americans. We didn't do that. We fought in wars to help liberate them from their oppressors and that white on white crime. That's not our axe to grind. So I don't think we should have to bear the responsibility of giving reparations. This government that don't look like us did that, incurred that violence, shared in that violence. That was not us. Nor should that be our responsibility, that our tax dollars that we pay to help build this country and our unpaid labor should go towards that. That's just my feeling. But Gina, you asked a question. Could you repeat it?
I agree with you on that. I do agree with you. What I'm saying is I feel that people in the Caribbean also, I'm not saying from the U.S., I'm talking about us as a diaspora, all of us, right? So I believe that Britain should also pay them for reparations. And together, all of us should be demanding this. So that we can all move.
While you're doing that, are you going to demand reparations from the continent for their part, and from the Arabs for their part, and from the Spaniard Jews and Portuguese Jews and their part? Because all of these bodies of people played a role and financially benefited from the Catholic Church alone. So we can go around that circus too, right? America is also a great benefactor, but so is the Catholic Church. So is all of Europe. They're still eating off of the continent of Africa, which has been a breadbasket for all of Europe then and now, and the Arab countries, right?
I'm a little confused here.
Well, all I'm saying is
I'm really
reparations is
confused.
not. My point is that reparations is not going to get us what we want and what we need. That's my point.
I, I
You
don't
want it?
think I don't think right. I don't think what was taken from us was what we're asking for, and I think that I find a problem with that personally. I find a problem that we're so focused on. I mean, there's no like what you said earlier, and I think you've heard me say this many times over, Amina, or anybody that's been here. As far as reparations are concerned, what we need to be asking for is our facts. We need to be asking for the spaces that were taken from us, the knowledge that was taken from us. They have it. They have access to our bodies, our human remains, our. I mean, their museums are flooded with our with our history.
Hmm.
We're not asking for anything substantive. You know that we're just like these people that we just we just look like we're selling ourselves again. To be honest with you, because what was taken from us was a lot of energy frequency. It was our history. These things, is there an amount that can be paid for that?
No, not at all.
And are we lying to ourselves and not admitting that we're just trying to profit from what our ancestors went through? Because when you think about it, if we really wanted reparation, if we really wanted to be restored, then we would be asking them to find a way to put systems in place to help us find out where we came from. We would ask them to find and they are to pay for it, and it should we should be all able to go to Africa and have no problem, and we should have access to from Africa. What we need is our citizenships wherever we want.
Mhm.
What we need is an opportunity, because when our people were taken from the continent, they had land, even if it's one plot, just so you could have something.
And they were
Um,
skilled as
and
well.
they were skilled people. So, there's a lot of things that was taken from us, but what we're
Hmm.
asking for has nothing to do with what was taken from us. And I just feel like, it's a joke to me because I see people talking about that. Well, that belongs to, what you really want is money, and you
Hmm.
feel like you're ready to cash out on your ancestors. It's cool. I get it. But don't say you want to be repaired. If reparation means repaired or restoration, none of that is what you're trying to get. You're trying to get some money.
I I think we have to
What
put
amount
more,
of money, what amount of money or anything can really give us back what was taken from us?
and I
Right.
think we should not
Economically,
fall prey to that like what everybody else gets.
One person at a time, guys, because
I think we should not fall prey to just because, certain groups are demanding their former ancestral oppressors to pay them off, that is the balm in Gilead for us. I don't think that's the balm in Gilead for us. And I'm sure as hell I ain't gonna ask for it. Now demanding is another thing. Asking is acting as if I don't have a right to something. But I'm waiting on your humility, if there is any, to bequeath to me or put a price tag on what was raped of my people.
yeah,
Now, it's like to the highest bidder. If you can put a dollar figure on oppression and terror and torture and violence and inhumanity, they don't have enough of it. To me, they don't have enough of it. And I don't think just because we do have a right for reparations. We do have a right to demand of it, not ask of it, demand of it. Yes, we do have a right to demand it. What are we willing to, with, even if a reward came down today, what would you do with it? Are you going to stay here and spend it in the same system that still oppresses you? I mean, we have to be honest about where our intention is. Are we going to still spend that blood tainted money, because it's blood money now? So if other people don't,
this is the part I want to respond to. If you are not U.S. freedmen, you cannot speak for us. You think reparation is only due for U.S. freedmen? Wait, let me answer. You think reparations is something that is only owed to African Americans?
That's illogical.
This is the most ridiculous statement, and this is why I tend to look at these people like you're just a slave still. You're just still a slave because you're thinking really, the way you think is like, you're not even thinking like, are you serious right now? Like, only slaves that were in Africa, were in America?
No, not at all. That means
So when
somebody
people
don't know
speak
their
on
history.
reparation, they can't just speak on reparation without this foolery or fuckery coming in with the drama.
What qualifies you? I have every qualification. My parents, my family been here over 400 years. How long your people been here? From the inception, and I can trace it back. Can you? So, not you, Gina, the person who made that illogical statement. So, again, all I'm saying is we got bigger work to do.
Mm.
And it's a guise, it's a carrot being dangled in front of you. They're given to other people but not given to you. Their intentions were never to give it to you, ever. Ever. Yes, you do have a right to demand it, not ask. I do have a right to demand it, but are you going to get it? No, and they're going to see that you don't get it, and that you'll while you're waiting.
What will you be
you're not
demanding
progressing.
of yourself? While you're waiting, what are we demanding of ourselves?
That's my point. We got real work to be done. And we have the manpower, and we have the intellect, and we have the know-how, and we have the skill set to do it. We don't need them. We don't need them. We need one another. We need one another. We need to mobilize everything that can benefit us and our continental brothers and sisters and our diasporan brothers and sisters. We got all that we need to do what we need to do. We don't need them for anything. We don't need them. We don't.
Listen to this statement.
Whatever. Ain't none of us pure. Get over that. But my contention at this point in time, Gina, is that we have learned everything that we need to learn to be the baddest thing living on this planet. And I'm not talking about bad. I'm talking about the most fierce, the most elevated, technologically, and so much more. We have life experiences that no westernized degree could ever offer. We do. We have so much at our advantage that we're not even seeing all that we really possess and all that we can conjoin with our DNA African brothers and sisters to really make the continent, to take the continent where it has a right to be in the world existence, not according to somebody else's template of how to rule. No, we're not ruling. We are joining hand in hand with our DNA African brothers and sisters the way it should have been. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think this is even a part of the conversation, T. Shields. Every Black group has to fight for their own. What Black Americans get is I don't really want anything. I don't want to cash out for the suffering and the muling of my people.
It's not enough money.
I just don't want to cash out for you. Can have all your little bit of cash, bro.
That
Cash
you're
out
going to
on your
spend with them,
brother.
that you're going to spend in, that you're
Yeah,
going to spend here with them, the same
yeah.
people who you're begging this money from.
Go ahead, man. You could cash out. If I was asked what would I want, I would want those books that they are still sitting on that belongs to our ancestors. I would want our history. I would want the piles and piles of art and gold and all those things. I would want our dead to be put back where they took them from. You see, these are the things that I would want for reparation. And I would want them to make sure that they put systems in place. And when I say systems in place, you know, just like they did for all these other people, like they did for the Jews, they put systems in place to make sure that these people are able to go back home whenever they want and to have means and ways of connecting themselves and finding family when they were separated. You see, that was taken from us. Our culture was taken from us. Our people was taken from us. Our
Our
understanding of
language.
ourselves was taken from us. Our history was taken from us. You know, our understanding of how we nurtured ourselves, our science, our math, everything was taken from us. So for me, those would be the things that I want. So you don't have to worry about this Haitian American um, trying to get African American money. That's not even an option. Okay,
Well, I
because
think
I'm not cashing out on my family, on my ancestors. I don't even want to cash out as far as the CARICOM. I know that they're also asking for it. I'm not judging people that want the money. I personally I truly believe that there's a certain energy behind this thing that I find revolting and I found disgusting. And I don't understand how people can want to cash out on something like that. If you want reparations, want the things that was taken from them. It's possible. It's a deep conversation, but it's possible. Go ahead, be better. I know you took your mic off.
I agree with you. But in addition to that, like how the Jews have been able to maintain is because they got money as well. So it wasn't just, it's just not repairing. It's not just repairing. We also do need economic power. So without them giving us any money, how do we have economic power? So for me, how I look at it is, if I had reparations, what I would do with my money is take it to Africa and help build Africa. So now I got some economic power to make a difference. But without that, what
How about
what
reparations? How about getting the type of reparations that take them out of Africa? So because they have no money unless they're, taking all the resources out of Africa.
Exactly,
For
Chief.
me, my reparation is stop digging in the ground and taking all the
Exactly.
gold and silver and all the things for free and or give it, get out of Africa. My
Exactly.
reparation is to give us back what you took. But I know that's not really logical in some
Popular. It's not
times. It's
popular.
not a popular thought. I guess we think finite in a sense of let me just go do what I can do. I'm so tired of that. I want us to do what I want us to think like others have thought how they when they looked at Africa, they saw a pie and they decided they were going to slice it. They didn't give a damn who was on it. Well, I
Exactly.
want us to look at the continent and know that it's ours and understand that it should be ours and all the things in it should be ours and wherever we are we should be connected. If we can just believe, that I believe that it can happen. But for whatever reason, it seems like we've always been willing to walk away with a piece of the pie instead of the whole pie.
Because I think we don't understand what our self worth really is. And what I also think is that why do we need what other people have received? And if they're willing to put a dollar figure on, that paper, that tender only has as much respect as the person who thinks it is of real value. So that dollar figure in all humanity is worthless because of what was raped and tortured from us. No tendered, no tender whatsoever is enough. Is
If I
enough.
if I can
And
buy
I personally think that we have enough as a people. I think we have more wealth, inherent human wealth,
Mhm.
that any tender people who don't look like us claim or think they actually have. So all I'm saying is stop looking to what other people were awarded
Yeah.
and you think that it accounts for something. The human worth, monetary value that we have collectively as a people surpasses any tangible or monetary figure amount that you think has been awarded to any group, whether they be Jew, Asian, indigenous people. That's just that I analyzed it all just this week, watching, people demanding this for their pain. That's just like when your family member is murdered and you're awarded millions of dollars by the pet taxpayers in the area in which your family member was murdered. Does that make you whole? Does that bring your loved one back? Does that stop the continual pain and agony and emotional and psychological devastation just because you were awarded millions of dollars? That means that your family member's life is down to a figure. When
Yeah.
in actuality, their life is succeeds and exceeds more than a dollar figure. That means that I don't really value my family member's life. But what matter more is legislation that this does not happen again to somebody who looks like me or like us as a people. That is, to me, I would wish personally that no, I don't want the murderings to continue, but what mean more to me is then being awarded millions of dollars off of the life of the death of my family member. We need to put the real value where it deserves to be, and it's not in monetary. What service are you giving to the life of your family member by accepting money? That's blood money you're accepting. Just because other people do it doesn't mean that we should.
Well, it's easy to say that when like when you look at
Yes,
our
it's
community.
easy. It's
How,
easy to
Oh,
say.
let her
how you
respond to Mina. One moment. I want to hear what she has to say. Go
it's
ahead.
easy to say that, right? When we're at the bottom of the belt, like our kids are not doing great in school, we don't have economic power, we don't have appropriate and appropriate housing. There's so much need. It's easy to say, well, you know what? Somebody is willing to offer you. Yes, you lost a loved one. What is different for your loved one to die in vain, or for your loved one to die and in some way someone say, you deserve to be compensated for that level of pain? No, there's no money in the world that's going to bring that individual back. But at least you have some recognition of, you know what, I did that and that was wrong. That was wrong. That should have never happened. Here's $5 million. Here's
That's sick.
$10 million.
That's
That,
sick.
but
That's
I
sick
get
and
that.
illogical.
So,
That's
but
sick and illogical.
here's what
Well,
I'm
let me
saying.
say this. Let me say this.
You live in,
Let
you
me,
live in a world where if you don't have money, you don't have much. You don't operate with money. Money is how we exchange. Money is how we live. You can't live without money. So I'm not saying you have to love it, you have to honor it and worship it, but there's some appreciation for it. And if we don't change our mindset about money, we're not going to be able to build a lot of things. How do I go over to Africa and help and support and try to build communities without any finances? They're not going to come over there. I can't come over there and they say, well, you look pretty. We're gonna give you this. No,
I don't
we
think.
gotta
I don't
have
think
some
that. I don't
I
think.
think you're looking at it
Wait a minute.
wholly incorrectly.
I think this is going in a whole different direction. I don't think
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you're saying. I
I
don't think
agree.
that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that money is relative to what money is good for.
And those who respect
Let
it.
me let me finish. Let me land with this because I need this to come out an understanding. But we cannot put money over everything.
I agree.
And with this being said, not talking about somebody that just lost their child. Although I don't give a damn how much money you give me, it's not going to make me understand the situation even more. I don't even know.
Fact.
I think every time I'm going to look at this money or the things I get with this money, it's going to be me thinking about what was done to my child.
Exactly.
But that's just the way I think. And I know we all think differently, and I
Yes.
know we're all built differently, but that's just my opinion. Now, if you take that money and you go and you build a youth center or something and you save children's lives, I might feel better about it. But that's just you see, we're all different in that way. And that's why I say that in retrospect, I know that it's gonna take. I think what there's been, okay, let me just say that there's been lots of money flowing in and out of Africa. Africa is actually the source of all money through the world.
Exactly.
So money is not the problem. It's responsible people. That's
Exactly.
the problem. So what we're talking about in essence is understanding what was done to us as a people globally. What happened to us here in the diaspora happened to us on the continent. And us understanding that this thing that happened, these things that happened to all of us. And so, let me look at how can that be restored to us? Really sitting down and really trying to understand, I mean, underscore it if you have to, what was taken from us. A lot of what was taken from us cannot be repaired by money.
Absolutely not.
So I don't know. When we speak of reparation, for me, again, I think of restoration. I think of healing. I think of putting back what you took, or I think of, and so when I think of those things, the last thing on that line is money. Because the money itself, we are the money.
Thank you.
I'm the money.
We're
I'm
still the
money.
commodity.
To be honest, I'm the true commodity in this thing. What was taken from me was power. What was taken from me was my understanding of who I am. I'm gonna say it again. What was taken from me was my understanding of where I came from. What was taken from me was my identity. What was taken from me was my spirituality.
I agree.
Oh, there was a lot of things taken from me. And we don't talk about those things. All we talk about is getting that money. And for me, it's kind of, it's low vibration. Shout out to Z, wherever you are. I love you, sis. Enjoy your time. She's always something. That is low vibration. It's low vibration for us to think that way and not to really be looking for. And I think that's a lot of reasons why we're not healing and why our leaders are selling us out the way they are, because everybody is thinking that money is the most powerful thing and money is the most important thing. And it's really not, because money is really us. We're the commodity. We're the talent. We're the sauce that makes things better. We're the creators. We're the nurturers. We're the everything. We're the commodity. We're the gold. The continent which we were taken from, it's also gold. It's us, but in the form of land and water and air and animals and vegetation. It's really us. So these things, what we need from them is space to heal first, because you see, we're not being allowed to heal as a people.
I agree.
And so for me, one form of reparation would be just an opportunity for us to be able to not have to mule for a while, to heal. And to be able to be given the space to go and heal and reconnect with the continent. A lot of us can't do that. I feel like we should all be able to do that.
I agree.
I think that's one aspect of us healing. And I think that we have to make the initiatives to try to not be afraid of each other. That's another form of reparation that needs to happen within our community. You see, we think the reparation that is due is only due from them to us.
No.
But we owe ourselves a form of reparation as well.
Absolutely.
And until we repair ourselves and we restore things within ourselves, we're not really going to be able to look at anyone else in the eye, because we can't even look at ourselves in the eye.
Facts.
They don't believe us. They're not afraid of us. They see us acting, they're looking like they ain't going to do nothing. They ain't
right.
What are they going to do? What are
Exactly.
they going to do? What can they possibly do? You see, but if we restore ourselves and we repair ourselves and we give back to ourselves what was taken from us, then we'll be in a position. There is a position, there is a frequency that is required to make other people respect you.
Mm-hmm.
And that frequency comes from respecting yourself
Precisely.
and being able to look at someone and having them understand that they cannot give you any less than that. And we have to find a way to do that as a people. I don't know
I
how.
agree. I agree with everything you just said.
I don't know how, sis, but
But we do it. We do it
have to find a way to
intentionally.
do that first.
Gina, I believe we do it with intention, and
Yeah,
it's not something that anyone can award us. It is not even anything anyone can give us permission to do.
yeah.
It's something you have to take and take it by force. Is nobody can give you your real liberation. No one can really give you your freedom.
Because when you
That's
think
something
about
you have
it,
to take it,
that money could run out like.
and it
Because I'm gonna
will.
tell you something. One
Oh,
thing
for
I'm gonna tell
surely.
you about these people, and I don't know if you've paid attention to history. They will repair. They will give people reparations, but then they will already have calculated what they need to do to reap it back.
Taxes.
So once
Okay.
they've done that, your children won't even have a place to stand in because they'll be like, your family was repaid. They had reparations. We were.
Right.
There's
Were
no
you ever
even,
on welfare?
there's no even room. There's no room for you to even talk about what was done to you because you got repaired. You got reparations for it. You know, but
Okay. So
I think we need
agree
to
with you.
start repairing ourselves. Go ahead.
I
I'm
agree
sorry.
with both of you. I agree with both of you, right? And I'm going to ask you both a question. So I agree with both of you. I think most of I don't think it's one thing. I definitely agree that we do need money for economical power. But let me ask you a question. Would either of you stand away from getting or even
You keep
financial
going in and out. I can't hear you.
You're going in and out, sis.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Better.
Yeah.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, and I think we need all things. In addition to that, I still do agree we need economical power. That's the only way we're going to really be able to move forward as a group to make change. And so my question to both of you is, would either of you stand in the way for individuals who do want monetary reparations?
Oh,
Would
no.
either of you say opposed to that?
No.
Okay, good.
Do your thing.
No.
But just realize, certain things are done for a particular reason, and you can't fall for the okie doke. But for those who are reticent on sitting and waiting, let them sit and wait. I think we have enough human economy, human worth, that we can have what we think we have a right to or demand or request more than they could ever give you, which you're going to end up spending with them anyway.
Yeah.
And you're going to end up giving it back to them anyway.
Even if you move to the continent, because until we can get the continent
take care of your family's bills. You're going to take care of your family's debts or your own and your own. You're going to pay for your children's education. Yeah. That money's going to be given right back to them. They're going to be taxing you on it. You think that's going to come free and clear? Not a chance. No, I don't front on those who choose to sit and wait for it.
I wanted to answer on your question before you go on. Yeah. I wanted to say this because I want to make sure I don't forget this point. I am my brother's keeper. First and foremost, I am my brother's keeper. I don't agree with a lot of things people do, but I'm always support my brothers. I mean, I may stand in opposition with that, but that's my brother,
No, and so if you were offered reparations, would you forfeit
no,
it? Would you say, well, I don't really want that because that's not a reparations for me.
No,
I
would
will.
not take it.
I would request the type of reparation that I would want, and I think reparation should be something that is, if they're flinging money at everybody, then that's some real disrespect. I think
Yeah,
reparation.
well, they're doing that now.
I think it should be, yeah, that's what it is. Is this? I truly think reparations should be. You know, what do I want? Well, I want certain things restored for our people, for myself. Like for me, I would have a list of things that I want, but it wouldn't be money. It wouldn't be the top because I already know where the source of money is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not confused about what the source of money is. My first request would be for them to get their hands out of Africa's pockets.
Mm-hmm.
That's reparations for me because you see that's what they did when they removed us from the continent. They went right into the pockets of Africa.
For starters,
they colonized Africa and are still colonizing Africa. So for me, my reparation would be to get your hands out of Africa's pockets.
Mm-hmm.
And not just Africa, but everywhere that we are, Haiti, Jamaica, all those places. Let us heal. Let us have what our resources. Let us be able to have access and use our resources to benefit us. That's reparation right there for me. And
I agree.
one thing would be my knowledge. All those books that y'all stole from us and y'all have at y'all, available for you. I want those things back to us. They have them in their museums. They're holding hostage all of our ancestors and remains
conditionally.
And these things, that would be a form of reparations for me. But I understand what they're gonna probably do, and they've started doing is throwing money at people. But when that money run out, they're still going to be holding on to most of the precious jewels that they took from us, all of the ancestral, things that they took from us, and they're going to be still holding on to our ancestors' remains.
And pass it down to their generations like they've been doing.
Let's continue to be rich for it. Thank you, sweetheart. I think my son just bought me the winning numbers, so I mean, I need reparation.
Like, share, and subscribe.
All right, guys. So we have a couple of people, and sis, I understand where you're coming from, and like I said, I am my brother's keeper. I'm not judging anyone. I'm just really making my opinion out loud, and I understand that we're all in different spheres. This thing has angered us all different. It's like we're siblings in a household. It affects us all different. It's just like losing a parent. I may scream one way, you may scream another. We're just dealing with the pain of it differently. And that's okay. So we have Mississippi. Let me make sure I have the first person. And I want to thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, Sharp Art. Appreciate it. And you said what? Okay. I'm trying to see here. Pan-Afia state of mind. Learn. I don't know what that is, but I'll look it up. Thanks. Okay, so that being said, it looks like you're up next, Mississippi. I want to thank you for joining the conversation. Please, let's not curse tonight, okay, sir? Thank you. Welcome. Mississippi, you have your mic on. My brother. Your mic is still on. You have to take it off. Okay, he might have walked away from his mic, y'all. He does that. Okay, so, you're here. Okay, go ahead. Turn it on again.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say first off, this chat is like one of the most anti-Black American chats that I have seen. Like, it's some dude in the chat, somebody somewhere, whatever his name is. I don't know who he is, but he keeps talking about
American. So let's move on, Mississippi. What are you?
Okay, yeah, hold on. Just let me say this, man. Look, he up here talking about Black Americans is pitiful, and we idiots, and we pathetic. And I'm like, how we pathetic? He's
an African American, just like you. He lives in Chicago. You know who someone somewhere is. So
my people don't talk like that. My people don't talk like that.
He's African American. Now that you know that, talk to your brother, an African American brother, and tell him what you want to say real quick.
Okay, well, let me address him. Somebody somewhere, whatever your name is, I don't know where you came from, but you need to put some respect on our name, dude. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Stop talking like that about us because you didn't have enough pride in your homeland to stay there and make it better for your people.
Hey, sir, I'd already told you that he's African American from Chicago. He comes on here quite often. So let's not go into insulting people from other places because
he insulted my people.
No. He's African American. Like, you speak to him like you're speaking to an African American.
Exactly.
Don't address him like he's from
here
somewhere else. Don't come up here and use this as an opportunity to disrespect anybody. He's disrespecting you in the chat. Go back in the chat and go to war if you feel like that's what it is. But now that you know he's an African American, don't speak to him like you're speaking to somebody from the continent. That's
how we talk to each other. We don't let that go unchecked.
No. What you're doing right now is you're really just acting a fool because you're not talking to him like he's an African American like yourself. The first thing that came out your mouth was, take that back where you came from. Well, he came from Chicago. He's an African American, and I've already solidified that to you. So speak to him like you're speaking to your African American brother.
And what I really want to comment on, aside from that, which pissed me off, is this whole reparation, this talk that our people, labored unpaid for over hundreds of years. You know what I mean? Didn't get paid for all the land they stole from us. Didn't get paid for none of it. And I live in arguably the most racist state in America, Mississippi. I mean, my grandmother used to tell me stories about the Klan. You know, I lived in a Klan area. I grew up in the country. So to sit up here and talk about we don't deserve no compensation and we just want handouts and we done been denied every right. Matter of fact, we fought for rights that we were denied and they gave them to foreigners over us. Hence, we are what we are today. At the same time, they were crafting a civil rights bill. They crafted an immigration bill right behind it with the plan to deny us legally once again for another 50 years. And now we're sitting here saying we want compensation. So for people that's supposed to be our people, that claim to be our brothers and sisters, to sit up here and talk about, oh, wait, you just want a handout and what you gonna spend the money on? And
I don't understand what just happened here. I saw that in the comment section. What we were speaking about is completely different. Stay focused, Mississippi. I'm not gonna let you use this as a stopping ground for your.
Are you gonna keep censoring me, or are you gonna let me speak?
I will censor you if you're going on stuff. I'm not letting you.
You just don't like what I'm
not letting you take this conversation where you want to take it. I didn't get on here, set up this channel for you to come spew your negativity. You want to have a positive conversation about it? We can. You want to have one where we are all just being logical, but you're doing something illogical. You're talking about stuff that's happening in the chat. You're not going to come on this panel and have chat conversations with people in the chat. This is panel conversations. And this is what I'm talking about us as a people. You're sitting here responding to people in the comment section when all you had to do was come up here and really stick to the topic at hand. Yes, there are some people who disagree. I disagree with reparation. I have a choice to do so. My ancestors were slaves too. And we're not just talking about America, Mississippi. We're talking about reparations due to all Black people throughout the world. We're not just talking about America. Everything is not just about America. And that's what you're missing in this conversation. We're having a global discussion tonight, sir. And I personally said that I don't think that reparations could pay me enough for my ancestors. Now you can come on here and give your reasons without attacking other people or making other people feel uncomfortable about what they said.
He's not making me. I'm just waiting on him to finish so I can respond. I'm not gonna argue with him. I'm gonna give him the numbers of why I said what I said.
That you was talking about. Someone somewhere is here.
Who is this? Someone? This someone?
Yeah, that's
someone.
No cursing on this discussion, please. I can't take it.
I'm gonna let him. I was letting him get his premise.
Speak to him with respect. He is your brother still. He's an African American. It seems like you have more love for African Americans. Well, he's an African American like you. Show him some respect. He might have a different opinion than you. That is also possible, Mississippi. That's all I'm saying. So I'm about to take you off mute. Please be respectful. I don't want to feel like this tonight.
Okay, someone. Where you from, bro?
I'm from the west side of Chicago, Washington and Miami.
Okay. So where did your people come from previously?
Louisiana, Mississippi.
Okay, you got people from Mississippi?
Yeah.
Where about in Mississippi?
Morton, Mississippi, Biloxi, Jackson.
Morton, Mississippi.
Pelahatchie.
That's my neck of the woods, nigga. I'm from Morton.
Why you see, that's what, bro, you can't, if you're gonna come on here and have a conversation, bro, you gotta take all that emotion out of it, bro. That's females in tendency, bro.
Man, it ain't no emotion stuff. Quit acting like a little bitch and just talk.
See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. I'm all right, go with your premise. I'm not gonna argue with you.
The logic of people that just want the money.
Nah, he good.
You see, you can't even come on a podium and just speak without disrespecting, using foul words. I mean, come on, Mississippi. Come on. And this you do for your ancestors, right, man? This you're doing for your ancestors. Come on. Go ahead. I keep giving you opportunities to come on here and express yourself, but then you want to disrespect people. And that's why I always take this aggressive approach with you, right after I put you on, because I know this is how you're going to act. I keep hoping, because you keep coming here, and you know this is one of these channels where we all talk. It's not just African or African American channel or just a Caribbean. It's really a mix of all of us. These are the people that want to come together, that want to unite, that see themselves as Africans. But you keep coming here representing something I don't know. I don't know. You're wasting your time when you should be building with the people that you agree with, because you obviously can't be in a surrounding or speak to people that disagree with you.
Crabs in a barrel. That's what that
ridiculous.
is.
Nah, you just need to stop being emotional, bro. That's all.
Yeah, really.
He get too emotional.
And I told him, stop cursing this channel.
He can't help himself. The ignorance of it all.
I don't want this.
Can we all stop calling each other names? Let's just all stop calling each other names, because we've all been having a pretty decent conversation, and we can all agree to disagree. But calling each other's name, crabs in a barrel, all this other kind of stuff, let's stop it all, because I love
better than crabs in a barrel. This is my channel, and I'll say this: crabs in a barrel is better than calling somebody the N-word or BICTH. Just because you agree with somebody's views, crabs in a barrel is not really as bad as BICTH or the N-word. And you know what?
All of which
we can express ourselves. My channel is about uncomfortable conversation. We can express ourselves and say things like crabs in a barrel. If he had said that, I would have been okay. But for him to call them the other brother a BIC, that's completely, you can't even balance those two.
No, not at
all. Even if you agree with his stance, don't try to balance those two. It makes no sense.
I'm not trying to balance. I'm just saying, can we
don't use that as an opportunity to go at the sister because she said crabs in a barrel. It is true. It is crabs in a barrel type of mentality. I'm talking about the words that he's using that denigrates our people. Crabs in a barrel is just a term that is real. That's the reality of our people. That's not a denigration to our people, to tell the truth about it. Now, the truth is we're not BICTHs, and the truth is we're not this and that. We're not. But we're not. But we are sometimes crabs in a barrel. That is true. And it's not a curse word, and it's not disrespectful. People say it in churches sometimes. I don't understand how that became an issue. Now, if there's other issues going on, I don't know. But that right there, if you agree with the brother, you could say, you know what, I agree with a lot of what he was saying. But
I do not agree with him at all. I don't agree with him at all.
What are you talking about?
What are we talking about using the words like crab in a barrel? Crab in a barrel is not a bad word. It's not a cuss word. It's her saying that, you know, you're just trying to take each other down.
Exactly. You can't see that. You can't see that.
The way that he was brother, I don't think it was necessary. I mean, just because the brother disagrees with you don't mean that you have to
This is why we are where we are.
Okay, let's just stop
That's why I
everything.
just wanted to let him get his
I
premise.
know.
I was gonna let him get his premise off and
I
let him
was not going to
explain
let
it.
it. I can't let him get his premise
No.
out.
Oh yeah, none of that he
It
said the
defeats
N
the
word and the B
purpose.
word.
I
I
mean,
understand that.
I wanted to let him get his
Yeah.
premise out. What upsets me is he could never get his premise out because
Ever.
he
Because he
starts
doesn't
cursing.
have one.
And this is not the first time, sis, that Mississippi has been on here. Be better. He has been on here many times, and every time he do,
Same rhetoric.
You could be talking about something that has nothing to do with African Americans.
He'll bring it back to what?
African Americans.
Thank you. I mean,
you could be talking about Nova Scotia, and he'll like what you really want to be talking about is African Americans. What you're insinuating is African
You need to be on somebody's couch, dude. You need to be. We all need to be on somebody's couch, but you can't circumvent the conversation.
This conversation was flowing. We disagreed. There were some of us that this is a place for uncomfortable conversation. And I want him to be able to come here and express his views. But at the same time, you have to express them in a way where you're not denigrating our people.
We got enough of that on YouTube as it is.
I don't want that in my space. There's channels, spaces that you could go to and you can call yourselves all kinds of names. And you could really go in on each other. That enough, some of y'all try to do it in the comment section, but then you want to come on the panel and do what? Here you are, you representing FBA or ADOS or whatever, and then you say something like calling another brother from America be something and a whatever just because you disagree with him.
He was asking his ancestors.
Mississippi, I can't do it again tonight. I'm not letting you back on. You need to go rethink. I like him. I like Mississippi.
Just tell him don't cuss, man.
I just don't understand why
he can't help it.
I want to show him what I'm saying. It has credence.
Okay, do me a favor. I apologize. You got me tonight, boy. Mississippi, you got me tonight. I tell you, this one right here. Go ahead, someone somewhere, and I'm gonna come back to you, Rasta, Jude B. Weather. Thank you for saying that. But I want you to pay attention on this channel. I don't know if you've ever been here. It's really a spot for uncomfortable conversations. We could definitely speak to each other in a way where sometimes we're frustrated and sometimes we just lose. Hey, I don't even know if you noticed, I've screamed a couple of times on here, but I will not call people out their names. That's just not going to happen on this channel. It's just, we could speak to each other, but we're not going to disrespect each other in that way. We're not going to go that low. Okay, so someone somewhere, tell me what you think.
So in regards to the reparation conversation,
go ahead, y'all, because he was trying to get back in, but I can't trust him. I've done that before in the past, and he just
let him come in though. Let him come in.
Just gonna cuss, and I can't let him do that on this channel. So go ahead, someone somewhere respond. Mississippi, you could reply in the comment section, but I can't let you back on, man. I can't trust you. Go ahead,
let him come in.
In regards to what I was saying in the comment section, on the topic of reparations, I'm from the west side of Chicago, so I see that geopolitics is no different than how street politics works. If you have somebody, say that you got a jug house or a trap house, as they call it these days, and somebody that has more artillery, you comes, kicks in your door, in your trap house, and robs you.
Yeah.
You gonna go to that same person. You don't have no artillery, no guns, nothing. You gonna go to their crib and beg for them and ask for them to give you your work back. That's not how stuff works in life or in geopolitics, in any aspect of anything. You with no power, kinetic power, potential power, but no kinetic power, cannot go to someone that has kinetic power that's solidified and ask them for anything if what they're giving you does not benefit them. That's counterintuitive and it makes zero sense. The practicality and the likelihood of us gaining reparations that's anything meaningful that's going to yield us any power is 0 to none. Why would somebody that has power give somebody that they view as their rival resources to help them take them out of power? That makes no sense and it's stupid.
I think that's exactly my mindset. Like I said earlier, and I agree with you 100%. Someone somewhere, I understand the logic, and that's why I say, even if my people, I'm always stand by my people. If my brothers and sisters, if that's what they want, that's great. But I don't. But I understand why they want it, and I agree with you 100%. I don't think what it is that we need, what it is that we need for our people, I don't think anyone can give us. And as far as restoration or reparations for what's been done to us, they can't even come, they can't do it in one lifetime. No one check is going to suffice. But that's just my opinion. And I agree with you. I do already see them calculating if they are going to give somebody something, that they're already calculating how they can take it from you, because that's what they do to us. And that's what they continue to do. So, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I don't like doing the same thing over and over and over again. It makes no sense to me. So someone somewhere, go ahead, conclude if you need to. And he had two questions. I think you made two statements that he needed addressed. Mississippi, I love you. You know that. You're my brother, but I can't let you come on here and abuse people, man. Not like that. You got to learn how to use decorum. Bro. Go ahead.
I mean, just to in summation, to sum it up.
Yeah.
There's not gonna be power. Only respects power. Power's not gonna relinquish power to a force that's not equal and that's below it. It's only going to relinquish power to a greater power. That's how things work in nature. That's how it works in everything with energy on the molecular level. That's how things work. It's not going to all of a sudden change just because everything that's happened to us. Yeah, we deserve it, but just because you deserve something doesn't mean you're going to get it from somebody that doesn't respect you.
It's got to come. That frequency is only going to give you what you're giving it.
Right.
And that's it. And I agree. And that's what we said earlier. Yes.
But me, brother Mississippi, I don't got no bones to pick with you. I just don't. We don't got to call each other, you feel me, names and all that. That's when the conversation goes from productive to being counterproductive, bro. That's all it is. I don't got no ill will towards you, bro. Here's what it is.
I don't even understand this. He's been coming here for a couple of months now. He knows that we got a lot of love for him, but at the same time, we can't take your abuse, man. Just because you love somebody don't mean I'm gonna allow you to abuse me. That's why when you come, I'm already like up in arms, like I'm ready, because I know you're gonna bring that energy. Even when I warn you, you still go forward. Man, we need you in the military.
Yeah, put all that fire for something for good instead of using it for evil.
You got to be able to control it, though.
Well, yeah, there is that.
You have to be able to control it.
We need you,
and you're that emotional,
because you want to fight all the time. And I'm not. Look, you want to argue. I can't argue with you.
But that argument should be used for the rightful purpose, and it never is.
I see that spirit. You want to argue.
I respect his consistency, though.
Look at you, you big man.
It's an illogical argument, and the people that he should be using that argument towards, he won't.
Yeah.
So it's counterproductive, and you're making yourself look like an idiot. Then, as a person who's really supposed to be about the mobilization of their people, you look like a buffoon. And if that's not your intention, then you need to think about the narrative that comes out your mouth. And if you don't like other people calling you that word, why would you use it towards people who look like you? Then that means that you're not in full, you don't quite get the concept of what you're doing. If you're doing more inward fighting than mobilizing for a righteous cause.
And I kind of figured that the word reparations triggers folks, but understand, reparation just don't mean African American, y'all.
Sure,
reparation means I think it includes the continent too, because
it does.
I mean, people feel like it's just, no, reparation is for us all. And yes, we are all, some of us are working together and some of us are not working together. And some of us want certain things and some of us want certain things. And it's all right to be in that space. It's all right to feel differently about it. And I mean, you're making it seem like your ancestors went through a form of slavery that my ancestors didn't go through. And you're wrong.
That's a person who doesn't have a grasp of history.
You don't understand. We've so this
believe it or not,
we can have it together. It's important that we start having it together. You know why? Because lately there's been such an uproar of the divisiveness that's been going on, because we feel like we have to guard our little, my precious soul, my precious. Everybody saw that movie?
Yeah,
Well,
Lord of the
No,
Rings.
I
yeah,
never
Lord of
saw
the
it
Rings.
before.
Yeah, it's and we're sitting there and we feel like,
Intentionally, I might add.
Yeah,
and
it's too
so
long.
it is long, but
It's not even the length
I
of it.
like
It's
the
the
character. I
content.
don't know
It's the
why.
Yeah,
content for me. The
It is.
content for me. And I'm very protective of what goes in my eye gate and my
Yeah.
ear gate.
yeah,
I saw it years ago, and I have to say, it didn't affect me negatively, but that part stood out, and it
mhm.
stood out because every time I think about how we are coveting our little cultures and spaces, and to the point where we're willing to we're looking at others like, you know, and I don't think we understand that itself is a part of the programming.
Yeah, it's divisive.
Yeah,
And
and
we, yeah,
it's counter what we're trying to achieve as a people.
exactly.
So I don't know.
It's
Yeah. People got to
counterproductive.
do so. That's a big thing. People have to do the internal work before you even start trying to
Facts.
coalesce around an agenda, because it's just going to
Facts.
go back to square one, and that's what our
Facts.
people keep doing.
And we have to be honest
Absolutely.
within ourselves. Is the agenda just trying to get the bag, or is
And
the
that's
agenda
for a
trying
lot of people, it's the case.
to
Yeah,
restore ourselves? Because
Right.
if we're trying to restore ourselves, then we got to think generation upon generation upon
That's
generation,
right.
and the one bag ain't gonna do it.
Thank you.
it goes back to one of the episodes that you had before. You asked the question, "Are people small minded?" This is an exact example.
Yeah.
And that's the part. We think like everybody else is thinking, millennia. We're thinking not even 100 years from now. We're not even thinking that way, because if we were thinking that way, then we
We
would
would
be
move differently.
we would be having different types of discussions, and we would be finding ways to unite, because that is where our strength is.
And that's our future.
That's it. I mean, that's our power. When you think about what was taken from us, it was our unity. It was our ability to be a family. People were separated. One child could have been sent to St. Martin, another one to Jamaica, one to America. And we see it now when we do DNA tests, and we see we have family members here and there and all these different places, like, 8 generations away, and we understand how the dividing was happening. And if you really want reparations, think about it from that perspective as well. Who are you trying to get reparations for, yourself or for that ancestor? Because if you're
Mm,
doing it for the ancestor, then get back, try to restore what was taken from them.
exactly.
That's just my part in. I just want to give an opportunity for Soul Rasta to chime in.
Can I please say something though?
Oh, sure, Jude, real quick. You were here before Soul Rasta chime in, and then I'll go to my sister. Someone somewhere, thank you. Magic.
Yeah, I wanted to say something really quick. Like, when we talk of reparations, I think African Americans, they have the right to fight for reparations in the United States, because that's the country that they are facing problems, and the people in Caribbean, they also have the right to fight for reparations for slavery from the Europeans, from United Kingdom, and that's their own right. And Africans, they have their own right, because few years ago, I think Germany gave reparations to Namibia for the destruction that they had in Namibia, and the reparations that, and I think Namibia refused to take it. And I think that was for Namibia and Germany. And if people are fighting for reparations for the problems they're facing, it's on them. It's not for the benefit of all blacks around the world. If all blacks around the world now want to fight for slavery reparations, then that's a different history. That's a whole different ball game. But if people are fighting for reparations for what they went through in that country, and then they have the right to. Few years ago, I think that was 1952, when Germany wanted to give reparations to Israel for what happened in the Holocaust, for what they did with the Jews. I think the Jews denied. They didn't want it, because the thing reparations will soften their heart and make them have a softer side against Germany. The way they will look at Germany after reparations will be different. So they didn't want no reparations. They want to still keep that gut that, you know, Germany did this to them. But they thought if they had reparations, it would soften their heart. So that's why the Jews refused to take the reparations that Germany wanted to give them. But at the same time, you know, like you can't stop people for fighting about for reparations for what they think is right. And but the best time to fight for reparations was yesterday, you know, when Obama was in power. And another best time is today. And you can't just sit and fold your arms and expect people to give you cash out. You have to fight for it. And you know, I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. Just sitting down and doing it. You know, people have to fight for it. Like what happened during the slave period. If we could hold the United Kingdoms and for what they did for slavery, that would be a great thing. But do we have people that can stand for it and fight for it and claim reparations? I don't think so. So it might be a loose game, and yeah. So it's hard. But if people are fighting for reparations and the thing is right for them, then you can't say no. I mean, they have the right to, and it's just what it is. And that's
So
just what I want
Jude,
to say.
you realize that Namibia said no to reparations from Germany. What did that reveal?
What did that reveal?
I said you realize what it revealed to the German. It revealed we cannot be sold. What you did to us, you don't have enough money to pay us for. Money is not a cure-all. The crimes against humanity that Germany did to Namibia was inhumane. And the fact that Namibia said no to their blood money was just a reminder to the German, you can't buy us off with money.
And that's what I was saying. I wish the Black American, I wish African Americans or our brothers have that same mindset instead of
But not
thinking,
just the Black Americans. You got the Carib countries and people, the Windward, Windrush, even in the UK, are also demanding reparations as well. So it's not just the Americas that are, or Black Americans. Everybody just thinks it's Black Americans just asking for reparations.
And that's what I said. I said everybody, even in my country, the people in my country are fighting for reparations because what the minority are going through against the government, they think they deserve some kind of money from the government as well because people are being marginalized. So it's everywhere. People are fighting for. Some people will get it, some people will not. So it's
But what they really need is legislation.
Right. You're right. That's true.
Policy is what changes things, not money. Money doesn't change anything if you don't have policy put in place.
Exactly.
And I think that's what people are under the misunderstanding of at the end of the day. What good is reparations to any of us if policies, the Jim Crow policies, are still in existence that still keep us tethered in a slave-induced coma?
You're right because take for instance, if the standard of living for a Black community was high, they wouldn't be thinking about reparations.
No.
You're right. Yeah, that's exactly because think of it. The rich people, the Black rich people in America, like I don't think LeBron James or people really think about reparations. The people that think about reparations are people that are living probably say below the poverty range or just And, yeah, you're right. That's true.
And a lot of times that's due to personal choices as well. We misappropriate our resources over here.
That's true too.
And people don't want the accountability. By the time we organize into a united front to even put reparations on the table, we could have got our own economic system together.
You.
It's counterproductive, bro. Like
Thank you.
That's what I'm like. When we miss the forest for a tree.
Yes.
It's a waste of time.
Yes.
My thing
we
is
could be doing our own thing.
My thing is this. In reality,
exactly.
I'm confused because Germany started making reparation payments to Holocaust survivors back in the 1950s and continue making payments today. Some 400,000 Jews who survived the Nazis was still alive in 2019 that year. Germany paid 500, 600, and 500, 600, 500 million,
More than
over
that.
$500 million.
More than that.
Okay, I'm just saying. So
You
they
do,
did reparations.
but this is what I'm saying.
They did
With
pay
this, you gotta
reparations.
understand you gotta
Yeah, she's
understand
not getting it.
geopolitics and macroeconomics. The quote unquote Jews at that time and to this day and for the last really 700 years, they control world finance.
Thank you.
So they have the power to implement, to have a country implement the same funds that they're giving them.
Thank you. That's the point.
The Jews bankrolled their own reparations. That's
Thank
what I'm saying.
you.
Like, it's
Do you
not,
understand
nobody's
that?
gonna give you anything in this world.
No.
Stop with that.
No charity. No charity. They bankrolled the slave. They bankrolled the slave trade. Do you understand that? They did that. Yeah? They did that. And again, just because one group accepts something in terms of monetary compensation, that don't mean it should work for you. You of a higher standard. Just because you're willing to take blood
But if
money
it
doesn't
does
make
work,
it right. You understand that?
so
Where's
I
the
was
limit?
saying,
One
Where's
person
the
at a
limit?
time, guys. Let one.
Where is the limit?
I
Where is the
I
limit?
totally hear you. But here's the thing, I get your point,
You're breaking up.
and so what
Be better. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
so I get your point of view, but there's many points of view. And it would be wonderful if we can just also understand other individuals' points of view. So I could see someone coming to you and saying, I want to give you $450 million, $400,000 to your family. And I can see you saying, no, we don't want that because that's blood money. But I don't think for other people who feel that money can do some good in their family or for to prosper their family, that those individuals should look, oh, you taking blood money, or why would you do something like that? Or I don't think that's a good idea. And so what I'm saying is everybody is entitled to their own opinion. And I think that's why we stay divided, because we try not to understand that we can have different perspectives. And most groups do, and that's okay. And we can agree to disagree, but let's not say what's right and what's wrong, or they're wrong for thinking like this, and they're right for that, and this is okay, and that is not okay. And we don't have to be like this group, or
you're missing a point.
Allow people just to have a free reign, have their own opinion.
Let her finish in totality, please.
Okay.
She's gonna speak over you, and it's not just.
All right, I got it.
Go ahead, sis.
No, and that's what I'm just saying. It's just like, can we just agree that it's okay for people to have different viewpoints? I don't need you to try to convince me my point of view, and I'm not going to try to change yours. And I still love you. You're still my sister, no matter what, right? And so if you decide to forfeit yours and say, no, give it to Be Better, I'm good with that, right? And it's okay. But don't think that I'm this or I'm that because I don't agree and I don't think the same way that you do. I think there is room for us to have an expansion.
Let me say this, because you're repeating the same thing, and I really wanted to give you an opportunity to complete. But what you're doing is you're telling me to let you do what you want to do, but don't speak on how I feel about it.
Exactly.
Because I want to say that I don't agree with it. And I want to say that I think that that's blood money. Exactly. And I want to say that I think we need to be asking for something different. So what I'm doing is exactly doing what you're saying. I'm disagreeing. Exactly. And that's the part that you don't get. You see, what we're doing here is you're still allowed to, like I said, you asked a question and I think we both answered it. I'm still my brother's keeper. That answers that question. I mean, I'm gonna judge you. I'm sorry, you can't control that. You're not going to control the fact that I look at you and say, damn, I really wish you didn't do that. But
I wish you aimed higher.
I have to support you. I will still support you, and I'm going to still love you because you're my brother, but I disagree.
Right.
What we're doing, in essence, is doing exactly what you're saying. We're hearing you, we're disagreeing and we're saying what we feel.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, whatever you choose to do, I'm still going to love you because I am my brother's keeper. But I disagree still.
And my point,
and it's funny because you're arguing the point of people should be allowed to think what they think, and that's what we're doing here.
yeah,
This discussion tonight is really you having your opinion. The only reason I kicked Mississippi out is because he cusses, and every time he gets on here, my videos get pulled.
Yep.
And I got in trouble for him before. I can't mess with Mississippi,
right?
Because you ain't even get to hear half of what he's capable of.
No, because he's calling people out their name and everything for the child of the Most High.
I chopped them off quick tonight because I know
retarded.
what my brother's capable of.
That's retarded.
We need him in the military. We don't need him here having these discussions.
But you want me to respect your perspective, but you also have to respect mine in the sense that let me have my contention, just like I allow you to have yours. All I'm saying is aim higher. Don't lose sight. You can want what you want, demand what you demand, but aim higher. And the fact that I call that blood money should not take you off your square. If you don't deem it as blood money, that's your business. I feel differently. I think we need to demand things that are more substantive.
We can't talk while each other's talking. We're gonna have to learn how to just wait till the other person's complete. Because I have these things on, and it just acts so loud, y'all. While Amina's talking, be better. Let her finish, and then when she turns her mic off, then you could go. Go ahead, please.
I just think that we need to also, in addition to those who choose to wait on people to give them what they believe they have a right to, I think we still should aim higher and keep fighting for what we need with each other. I don't think we need to put all our eggs in one basket and just sit and fold our arms and think that there's nothing else we need to do for ourselves, right? That's all I'm saying. That is essentially all I'm saying.
So
let's not stop fighting, or let us not stop building with each other for what we want. And we have the human commodity, we have the human capital, we have the knowledge, intelligence, expertise. As long as we've been amongst this, we have everything that we need to really get what we really want without having blood money attached to it. That's all I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
And with people who are getting blood money, guess what? They're still in dire straits. They're still in dire straits. It's a band-aid. It's a band-aid put on a bullet wound.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I agree with this comment right here. I'm gonna let you go, be better, and then I'm gonna move on to Soul because she's been very patient. What we need to do is build our personal capital, economic power. They can steal your personal capital. The thing is that I think I agree with someone somewhere. I agree with Mr. Igwe in the statements he made right there. I think that we just see this thing with reparation, and I'm going to speak from a CARICOM perspective because I've seen it in the CARICOM community where it's divided us. It's made us become so we've gotten so concerned about this money that we don't even want to get to know each other no more. Matter of fact, we're ready to chop each other's necks off to make sure we ain't getting each other's money. And for me, that's ugly. I don't think it's worth the money because, to be honest with you, that if getting the money or on the way of getting the money, we have to be so. We're looking at each other and we're attacking each other and we're throwing each other under the bridge, then I'm thinking, is it really worth it? Because you see, for me, it's not. But then you see, like I said, I am not in a place of judging. I'm just in a place of, I'm sitting here talking to my brother and my sister saying, I disagree. And these are the reasons I disagree. Doesn't mean I'm judging you. No, I'm not liking it. I wish you wouldn't have made that decision. I wish you would have thought more so of what was really important. Mm-hmm. And maybe, let me not lie, maybe a little bit of judgment, because that's what we do. If we love each other, we look at each other and we try to, balance things out for each other. But at the same time, I am my brother's keeper. I love my brothers and sisters. So I'm gonna, whatever goes down, I got your back. That's just it for me.
Same
It's
here.
not that.
And Gina,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Gina, I think you said reparations divided us, and I think we were already divided. I don't think that reparations was the thing that did it. I think
it
may
definitely
have enhanced.
No, I think it definitely
divided
enhanced it. No, I think it did it. I think it did it. Not divided us. Like we were always whatever, but we have become more divisive. And I think we've become more divisive in a lot of ways because of it.
But
And again, I'm speaking for the CARICOM community because I have a lot of I know a lot about what's going on with that. Certain Caribbean communities that used to look at themselves like brothers and sisters that used to take each other in don't anymore because they don't want those numbers to be affected just in case.
And I think that's the plan.
And it's like so they've instilled into their laws and systems ways to make sure that they're not helping their brothers and sisters because they don't want that to affect their money.
Share the pie. So the puppeteer is looking at everybody laughing and watch everybody scramble around and willing to tear each other and be divisive, all about money that they may never get. That's the
Come on,
bigger
Amina.
picture at the end. We need come on, Amina. You need to see things for how they are, not how you ideally want them to be. You got to have a plan, not only A, B, C, D, and if case and emergency, E. You don't rely on one thing to sustain you. What did our ancestors do before legislation was passed? No, you need to hear this. What did our ancestors do before legislation was passed? Did they sit and wait for legislation to be passed? Slavery was abolished?
I posted something in my community the other day, guys. There was a legislation that was passed, and I don't know if it was Minnesota, one of those places, racist places, and this was in the 1800s, and they were saying that they were not allowed to have black schools on the land, and they specified, land, and they measured the land or whatever. Well, this brother went and he built a boat, and he started teaching the kids on there.
There you go.
And that was just us. And I felt so proud. I was like, that's us. This is what we do. When situations arrive, we have to figure out a way to work around it. And I think that's what Amina's saying. Our ancestors did that. That was the only way that they were able to make things happen. We could never, I don't think, just like you said earlier, be better. I believe what you said earlier really, it stuck to me because I've said this many times, but when you said it, it sounded so much better because you said it in a way that really touched home. You said how we can't expect people that are benefiting from our situation to stop wanting to benefit from our situation. And for me, it's really along the lines of I truly believe that there's nothing that they can do to make it right. And you're right. I do want to be able to go in and I know money make things work, but I truly believe that we've been sitting there thinking that the only source, just like our continental brothers and sisters and Caribbean brothers and sisters that rush Africa, rush America, rush UK, rush Canada, thinking this is the only way to do it. I don't know if we've been right in that way. I think we were supposed to be trying to move away from our colonizers, not trying to move, not taking the bait of we could only make it with them, through them, or under them, if that makes sense.
But how else do we rebuild Africa?
Well, sis,
how else do we now? Like, so it's today, as of today, how do we rebuild Africa without monetary, economics? Like, how do we do it?
That's a good statement. Let me ask you something. Do you feel like the only way that we could come up with monetary economics is through reparation? And if that is the case, man, that's really sad, because if we never get this thing, we're done. I mean, I think you're right. I think we need to find ways outside of that. I mean, if that happens, then that's great for those of them that really want it. But outside of that, I think we need to start, coming together and figuring out ways to make money work for us, to use what is on the continent and to connect. I mean, I truly believe that if we connected with the Caribbeans, with the African Americans here in the Africans in the UK or Africans in Canada, and we started, doing business, between Africa and the communities we have here, I don't think the answer is rushing Africa all at once. Obviously, it's not ready for us all. But what I think will build Africa is if we, the diasporans and the continentals, are working, in a way where we are making sure that we are benefiting from each other, and not letting the Chinese man move into the community selling us his food, but maybe opening up some African restaurants, buying our shea butter and our coconut butter from African stores, having African American businesses, connect with African suppliers. I think that's our way. I think if we do that, I think we can definitely do better than anything they can give us. But do it in a big way. I don't know how to make that work, but I would like to see that happen, sis.
And I agree with you, Gina. Those are the conversations we ought to be really not only having, but seeing, okay, so what steps can we literally take to impact that, to create that vision for ourselves? Because that's the only way we're going to make change. And then when people start to see, like, oh, wow, they serious. They're not playing. They really are coming together.
But like I said
that's
to you,
the only way we can really.
I don't think that waiting for reparation is the only way to it. I do believe that we have other ways to it. I think we have to put our negotiation skills on the table first with our brothers and sisters on the continent. Let them know that we're ready to work with them. Let them know that, and understand that means that that connection between Africa and in the Caribbean, connection between Africa and African Americans, the UK, the Canadians, that it is something that we want to take back our neighborhoods. We want to take back our stores here, where these Chinese people put in their restaurants. We want them out. We want to facilitate our own businesses. We want to be the ones making, our own dry cleaners, our own. I think this is how we have to do it, in a way where building factories where we're getting our supplies from, in places like Haiti, Africa, Caribbeans. And, I think we can do it if we come together and we start building and start having real conversations, instead of going at each other and talking about what they owe us, because they owe us. They've been owing us for over 500 years. And guess what? It'd be nice if they would pay up, especially for those that are willing to get paid. But if they don't pay up, we still got to get through. And that's really what I
agree.
That's really.
I wholeheartedly agree. And I have not been one of those people sitting and waiting for it. However, I am creating an intention that it does happen. And it does happen in my lifetime. So that's the intention I'm creating, because I do.
And my intention for you and people like you, my brothers and sisters on the continent, is if this is what you want, I know you're owed it. You're owed more than that. This is a drop in the bucket as far as what I think is owed to my brothers and sisters throughout the world. Not just specifying one culture, one space, one, all of us. So for me, your win is my win. And that's how I feel about it.
Thank you. I love that you said that. Thank you, sir, for that.
No, you're very welcome. So I want to welcome Soul Rasta to the discussion. So I'm sorry, I know we've been a minute. I want to welcome you. Thank you again, Be Better Amina, someone somewhere. We've been having a great conversation. Juday's been here. So tell me what you think, sis. I know you've been pretty quiet. Welcome. We were talking about something very interesting. The conversation kind of went more into reparation, but hey, it is what it is. This is what we do on this board. We have this the most interesting conversations, and I let the energy or frequency or spirit take it. So you're here now.
Yes. Thank you, Gina.
Yeah.
Vision Noir. In the chat, everybody, greetings. Greetings to everybody in the panel. Respect.
Yes.
I've heard a lot of things I agree with. And so I'd like to say, first of all, I really liked what you said, Gina, about that reparations are owed, all around, meaning the people who were originally here in America, who got their land taken away and who were put into slavery, they deserve reparations. The people who were brought here from Africa on ships, they deserve reparations. The people who got their children and their husbands and daughters and sons taken away from home, from Africa, they deserve reparations. So I definitely agree with that. And I agree with you also that reparations is more than just money. That in order to have true reparations, we have to have the knowledge that was taken from us, the things that are hiding, the hidden history. We have to have what, as Amina was saying, legislation, for example, to have like, okay, 30% or however many contracts of the government have to go to Black-owned businesses or things like that. So it's definitely going to have to be more than one thing, but money definitely, I believe, has to be included. And just like the artifacts and the art is being slowly but surely trickling back to Africa, and also, the artifacts of the ancestors, their bodies, and need to be respected. And from here to Europe to everywhere, these these ancestors remain are part of that reparations. All these things, there's a lot to it, and we need it all. And money definitely is a part of it. I believe I agree with you. They can't pay enough. There's
Yeah.
no amount of money that you can put to it.
Who's supposed to pay? Who's
But
responsible for the payment?
excuse me, brother. I was really patient. So
First, let her go, Jude, and keep your mic down, and I'm gonna let you
I
go.
agree with you, Jude. They have to pay. I agree with that 100%. Other people have gotten their reparations, have gotten money. And not only that, but all this money's still there, like in accounts, you know what I'm saying? All this gold, you know what I mean? Getting interest since ever since. And
Yeah.
all the taxes that people pay. Look at France. They didn't have no trouble putting amount of money to how much Haiti had to pay, and they made them pay reparations. And the only problem is they can't afford to pay the pain and suffering, but they got to pay something. They got to pay, just like they give the IRS tax refund, they got to pay. And that's my opinion. And they have to pay. And the ancestors already paid with their blood. They already paid it. And we, who are our ancestors. So it has to come, all these accounts everywhere, every year they give how much billions and trillions to different companies, different businesses. During these different financial crises, they were giving like billions, trillions of dollars a day, how much billions to wars. And there's enough money to give other people something to stand on. When you look at some of our communities, we need something to stand on. We need some money to build up some things. I'm not saying they're gonna do it, because I agree with Amina that the beast is tricky. Babylon is tricky. At the same time, the Most High is the best of planners. I believe that. So we are owed, and the earth is owed, and justice is something that's owed. And I'm not gonna hold my breath that we're gonna get it, but I'm gonna say, yeah, give us it.
Yeah.
And thank you, everybody.
You're welcome, and thank you, sis. I truly appreciate your I agree. I agree with you. I do believe that we're old, But it's really a tough talk for me. Whenever I think of reparations, I really, it's like for me, I go back, and I'm actually there, seeing our ancestors going through this stuff, and then I start thinking what form of reparation could really be paid. But I understand. I'm really, I'm tired. I just want our people free from it all, for real. I
But
really.
think of our ancestors saying, looking at you, saying, "Look at my daughter. After all I went through, and she don't have nothing still. They better give her something."
Yeah.
That's it's something, and then that doesn't absolve us from our responsibility to be great and like love ourselves, because we need to do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, we definitely need to know that we're worthy and we deserve it, and
Yeah.
even more.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So, okay. So that being said, guys, we have Brother Akeem. Thank you for putting on the camera. Sometimes I get a lonely up here without nobody else showing their face. But my brother, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. So what do you think about all this reparation talk and nonsense? What do you think
Okay.
about it all?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Good. Okay. I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but I'm going to hit you with some facts.
All
Right now, United States of America is in debt
right. Mm.
to the sum of $30 trillion. This is a fact, a common agreed on fact. So that means that every man, woman, and child in America owes about $92,000.
O's?
Yeah, yeah, because you're an American, so that's part of your debt too. Let me get this. You're an American. I don't want to assume things.
I am.
Okay.
I guess I'm an American, but not reparation type American.
Okay, but the point I'm trying to make here is like this. Even if you do get reparations, if that's a big if, they're gonna have to borrow the money. Now, who they gonna have to borrow it from? They have to borrow from where they normally borrow from China. That's where they normally borrow money from when they want to do this debt. These things, money, that you can think they print money like out of thin air, which they really do. But basic economics will tell you the more money you print, the less value it has.
Wow.
So
So is
these.
American money losing value, Akeem?
Oh yes, a
Throughout the
lot
world?
of value. A lot of value, especially since we went off the gold standard.
Yeah, I remember. What was that in the
Richard
90s?
Nixon.
Yeah. Oh, that was way before then. Wow. Okay.
Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard. So things aren't what they seem to be.
So
The
you don't
way
think this whole thing of reparation is even going to happen? And if so, not no time soon.
I see something else happening, because you can't build a nation on a faulty foundation. Let's just take Rome, for example. Rome, they used to be on the silver standard, which was good, and that worked, they can like pay people these silver coins, collect taxes in silver coins. But, as, they kept fighting wars, they needed like more money to like finance these campaigns that they were going on.
Right.
So after a while, they started mixing the silver with other stuff, like
Wow.
like nickel, and other metals,
Yeah.
giving the people a fake out. This is what brought Rome down, not a war. Any type of fiat currency throughout history
Yeah.
has failed,
Right.
usually within 100 years. There haven't been too many currencies, that have lasted 100 years that I can I've looked at, so it's cyclical. If you get what I'm saying, you keep making the same mistakes of previous.
Over and over and over.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. You just can't do this. It's going to collapse at some point.
What do you think? What do you think is a good foot for let's say our brothers and sisters in America, the African Americans, to stand on as far as reparations? Because we are speaking about America's debt. When we think about Americans' debt, that of course would affect our brothers and sisters in America and their call for reparation. What do you think? Do what do
What
you
I
think
think is
it should do?
this is a war that we're going to have to fight on different levels. Reparations is one level. For the people who want to go for reparations, they can go for it. I'm not going to stop them.
Yeah.
They can just, if they get reparations, they can send mine to somewhere in Africa, because I'm going to be somewhere in Africa. Just send me my check. So that's, and people, have different parts to play, but everybody has a part to play in this, especially on the economic side,
Mm-hmm.
First, I must say this, I am not a financial analyst,
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, first thing all Black people need to do right now is buy from Black people.
That's what I'm thinking. Interconnect and make that business pop.
It might be a few dollars more, but in the long run, it'll be best for everybody involved. Yes, there are a few Black banks out there. Put your money in those Black banks. You can start there. There's many things we can do, little things we can do to add up. That adds up to self-sufficiency.
Like not going to the Chinese store because it's at the corner, or the liquor store that is owned by the Arabs or the Chinese or whoever that's just killing your people.
If I want Chinese food, I can go cook some Chinese food in my kitchen. I got some soy sauce in there now. I don't need to go to the Chinese,
Learn how to do it. YouTube.
Yeah, if you like Chinese food, I like Chinese food, some of it, I learned how to cook, little things you can do, what was the question? I got off track here.
Well, my thing was this. Okay, going back to the talk about reparation, because that's where we are.
Yeah, it's it's something some of us should be moving towards, if at all possible. I'm not going to stop people, I mean, I back people. I'm not saying forget about it, but as the sister said earlier, don't hold your breath, because I really don't see it happening anytime soon.
Has there been talks of reparations in the past, like maybe in the 60s or in the 40s or has there ever been talks of reparations for our people, and what became of that, if any?
There have been talks, and they're still talking. They've been talking since the 60s. I heard about it in the 60s, 70s, 80s. They still talking. I'm tired of talking. I got to do something. That's why I took my butt to the motherland last year. So I could see what's going on myself.
Yeah.
See where I fit into things. Because I see what's happening here. And I see which direction this country is going in.
Yeah.
So I got to be realistic with myself. When I crunch the numbers, I'm like, hey, you got inflation.
Yeah. Oh my God. I went shopping the other day, guys. I spent like $400, and it was like not even like
2 bags of groceries.
It wasn't like a good 10 bags of groceries.
Oh, okay.
I mean, back in the day, that would be like 2 carts of food.
I understand. But see, the thing, it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
See, this is how you can tell when a society is going to crash and burn. Because there's a lot of Caucasian folks out there be happy to see America crash and burn and go into utter chaos.
Yeah.
But you can tell because it'll start off with inflation.
Yeah.
And then it'll continue on to hyperinflation, But that loaf of bread costs you like $15 now.
I promise you. I promise you, God. I've never seen a loaf of bread cost $5 before, $6 before.
Well, see, we haven't moved into hyperinflation yet.
Yeah.
We're just
in Zimbabwe,
and
loaf of bread costs $100.
What you
now
said?
see, Africa knows hyperinflation. Africa has dealt with hyperinflation. So the brother knows what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. So I like everything that you said. Everything that you said just made me think. I didn't even know that America was in debt. I didn't know that. I mean, it's not even something that I even thought. I know that they're always talking about the deficit, the debt, but I never looked at it like that. Like, okay, how America be in debt may affect or impact our brothers' call for reparation here in America. And if America can't pay its debt and it's supposed to be one of the giants, well, I'm sure other places can't pay their debt either.
And I hope they don't come asking me for $92,000 because I don't have it.
So can that happen where if America's in debt that they can just take your money from your bank?
They did it to me before. I don't see why they can't do it again.
You're going to make me run to this bank tonight. This is a big conversation. Wait a minute. Did everybody know that on here? Or is it just me?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the United States economy is a house of cards. It's gonna fall.
That's why they gave you stimulus check.
If they fall, they just go
They've been
take
in
your
debt
money.
for years.
Yeah, I mean the inflation rate with any what the brother's saying about Rome is exactly what's gonna happen to the United States. No capitalistic system on earth has ever been able to beat the rate of inflation for like 500 to 700 years. It's never been done before in recorded human history. So that's why if you look at like the financial analysts, they meticulously do these algorithms and formulas to try to beat the rate, but they haven't been able to do it.
And Gina, that's one of the dangers of the whole crypto money, digital currency, because if all your money is in the bank and they can make negative interest rates, and all of a sudden you're minus, and that's a way of taking your money straight out your bank.
Really, you have to use while the dollar's still valuable. That's why right now the time is very vital. You use this fiat currency you have to acquire hard assets. You can't be squandering your money on stupid stuff.
When you mean like hard assets, you
Like
mean
land, stuff that actually
like
has intrinsic
land.
value.
Oh my God. And you know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something. I was talking to somebody in Africa, and they was like, well, he's here, but he's from Africa. And he was like, buy land. You're not even gonna be able to afford land in Africa in a minute, he said. Not just in Africa, y'all. There's land in Panama, there's land in Haiti, there's land in all these Caribbean places. Buy land.
Yeah, don't buy land in America though. That's dumb. That's eminent domain. They
I
own
see a
every
lot of
piece
our
of
brothers
it.
and sisters doing it though. I see a lot of people buying land in America, like in the South. And
That's not smart.
you don't think that's a good idea?
I mean, for the short term, it is, but
I mean, you need to have land that's self-sufficient. Like I'm talking off-grid. You know, where you can be self-sustainable. You know, off-grid.
So basically, if you're in America, you really can't live like that.
Yes, you can. Certain places you can.
Okay.
People do it. You know.
But there's not really owning land here though, because in every land title that you have, they still have eminent domain regardless.
Exactly.
That's true too.
Let's explain what eminent domain is.
It means when the government can come in and say, "Hey, we're going to build a road right through your house, so you're going to have to move. We're going to offer you some money. You know, you can take it or not take it, but we still going to."
Basically,
they're going to raise the property taxes so high.
And it's been happening all throughout our ancestors' time out of Reconstruction. Look what happened in Chicago alone, Philadelphia alone.
Yeah.
Those
and I hear
red
the
lines.
people, they're also struggling with this right now. I have a discussion I want to share. They're also struggling with the fact that their land is being taken from them.
Yeah, they're
In
trying
the
to build
South,
resorts down
South
there.
Carolina, North
Yeah,
Carolina.
they're trying to build golf resorts down there.
No, not trying. They're doing it.
Yeah,
They're doing it
the people selling the land though.
because austerity,
Yeah,
because they're poor and marginalized.
yeah, that's true.
And most of the people die off, and then their family members sell it because it's money. You know, they're kind of forced to do
And
it.
this money goes right back into a system that,
Thank you. Now
and
you
then
get
your
what I'm
children
saying.
have nothing.
And it's the same thing is going to happen with reparations. The same money that you're demanding, that you're going to end up putting it right back in the system in which you received it.
Well,
You have no
there's
choice. Yeah,
sisters like,
Exactly.
we have people
Exactly.
like Be Better that says that she mentioned earlier she'll take that money, go into Africa and make it work. And if I will say this, if any of y'all get reparations, take that money somewhere else. Don't leave it here.
First
Don't give
thing
it back to
smoking.
them. Don't get. I mean, if you don't want to go to Africa, that's fine. Because I know a lot of my brothers and sisters are like, look, we're not Africans. That's fine.
That's
If you
crazy.
believe you're Indian, then you got all South America.
That's crazy.
You got the Caribbeans. Indians was in all them places, and you could buy land in them places and live off grid.
That's crazy talk.
Don't be crazy. Don't give them back this money, man. This is it.
nah,
This
they a
is
part
it.
of the
You
Walmart
can't
tribe.
come
They
back
can't
to
do
them
that.
and say you need another batch of reparations.
They-
They're gonna give you one check. Take that one check and make sure you don't put it back in their pockets.
Miss Dina, they a part of the Walmart tribe. They can't do that.
Yeah, that's nuts.
There are going to be some brothers and sisters that are willing to leave. They're probably just waiting for the
Right
check so
here.
they can leave.
I'm one.
So I know that there not a lot of them will, but I know a lot of my brothers and sisters. I see them on different discussions, and they're talking about it like, I'm going to take that money to Uganda, to Kenya, to the Gambia. They're going there. Trust me, they plan on getting out if they get it. But my thing is, don't expect that. Don't make that the reason for you to get out.
Exactly.
Just start figuring out a way to make it work without
Anyway.
it, with or without it. You know,
Exactly.
because yeah, you can't depend on people, man.
No, you can't.
Especially if they in debt. What they gonna? I mean, but how are they able to? It's funny, they're in debt, but how are they able to do some of the things that they do? Like
the military is backing this whole. America would have collapsed. That's why they spend so much on their military fund. They know that's the only thing that's really backing the economy. If China did an audit right now on everything that that they cashed in on the debt that the United States have, they literally have the United States. Only thing that's stopping them from doing that is that there's a mutually beneficial relationship economically with China, and
Right.
China don't have the military strength that the United States has. That's the only thing that's keeping the United States afloat.
Exactly. And what area is the most funded area is the military. That's the budget that is the most
the
the
power
highest
that
budget.
we have now is the power to tell people that, look, if you don't give me what I want, I will do this to you.
Yeah, they're gangsters. The
Really
United States government is gangsters. They gangsters.
That's
We
all
can't
it
afford the power. We're not backed. The power is not backed by, power of money. Now
No.
it's backed by power.
Violence.
My guns are bigger than your guns.
That's right.
That's what it comes down to.
Old hat. That's the history. Just check European history and how it unfolded and how they were able to get what they want without money. Violence, the threat of violence, the threat of genocide. That's how each Germanic group was able to conquer and control other groups via violence.
And that's why earlier I made that dichotomy between how street politics go in the United States and geopolitics and the macro politics in the world. It's no different. At the end of the day, it goes to how much guns you get and what can you protect.
The Knights of the Knights of the Crusades, they were what is considered as police today, the slave patrols. The Knights of the old medieval times were the police of the European Germanic era. It's no different. There's nothing new under the sun.
And those are the same knights that went into the places like the Moors, where they were in the Canary Islands and all of that. They were the same.
That's all they had. And they were funded by the Catholic Church. You'd be
Yeah,
amazed
but see,
the
the thing
Catholic Church
about
has
that
funded.
is the Knights of Templar were funded by the Catholic Church.
Exactly.
But the Knights of Templar had amassed so much power and wealth. The Catholic Church said, oh, We can't have to tell all of the Templars to come back to Rome. The ones that came back to Rome, they burnt them at the stake, tortured them and burnt them.
And why did they do that?
A few of them got away. And from what I gather, ended up in Scotland.
And I know that was our people, because if you do a deep dive into your My True Ancestry, now they have ancient remains that they're finding all throughout that area. And guess what? They have that L3, that LO mitral gland. They have the DNA that matches with the continent. And so you know that these people were our people. And that's the sad part. It's all coming to light, though. The bones are starting to tell us the truth.
As far as violence, though, I think I mentioned something about this last week. I watched that 300 movie finally, and it's all about how these group of Spartans, they call themselves some kind of Greeks, how their whole culture was about violence and how it was about freeing themselves from Xerxes in the movie, right? So what I've been saying this whole time is Xerxes is the African king, the one who's spoken of in the first verse of Esther. And he actually, they had two Black people in the whole movie. They were Xerxes and his messenger. But basically, the Greeks were complaining about being slaves, and that's why they had to fight, because they're not going to bow down to Xerxes. So it's the ancient Black African empire, world empire, and then, they're Slavs, slaves, Greeks, they're created people, and the consequences of that. But they had to, grow. They were made for that violence, according to some stories, and intentionally created to fight a war.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you think our people are capable of the violence that's been dealt to us? Do you think we're capable of dealing that to others?
No.
Only if pushed to the edge, like if literally faced with the situation, if it's life or death, but not intrinsically.
Exactly.
Well, does that mean that our people, because we're not capable of the type of violence that we're being met with, does that mean that our people will always be in the place of being,
No, yeah,
being empowered by,
I mean, until if you can't in order to stave off that force, you have to match. Well, really, not. You have to have a force greater than that. And in order for us to get in, I mean, it doesn't literally have to be violence, but it has to be something that equates it.
Well, I would say this: if anyone would have ever thought that the Haitians of the era were able to conquer France and beat their tails in a way in which they had, and they did not have the armament nor the manpower that France had, then I would say no.
But I
say anything is possible.
I think you're right, sis, but I think it goes back to, I agree with you, and I think it also goes back to what someone somewhere said. I mean, when you think about Haiti and you think about the Haitian Revolution, they basically their backs were against the wall, because Haiti was the space that, let's say, America didn't want their slaves, or this slave was so rotten, or they thought the slave was so hard to deal with, they would sell them over to Haiti. Jamaica would sell them over to Haiti. Barbados, St. Martin.
Punishment.
There's history in Haitian records, and their archive. People could look them up, where hundreds, thousands, were all the slaves that came to Haiti. Haiti was basically like it. Like, your lifespan was only 5 to 7 years once you got there. And so a slave that got there understood that it was time to fight.
Or die.
Understood that it was like, and the things that were happening to the slaves there, I mean, I mean, if you read the records, they were the most foul things, and I think everybody agrees on that in history when they talk about Haitian Revolution. The ways the slaves were being treated on that island was beyond what people could think of, even in the worst horror movie. So that being said, a lot of people went to that island to do some. I mean, some of the heinous people went to that island to do some heinous things to humans, and it was just like the most vilest place. And like I said earlier, you could expect to live maybe 5 to 7 years maximum, and that was for hundreds of years. So that being said, I think that's what pushed the Haitians. It was the fact that you could die any day. So I don't know. Our people, we're not in that position because, and I think that's another reason why they throw crumbs at us, because it keeps us pacified. We're not ever angry enough. You saw the incident with George Floyd and how we responded. I think that was the angriest we got since Tavon, and we really wasn't angry enough then either. But we tend to, like, every now and then we'll have something will happen and we'll be like, and then we get right back to what was that that guy that do the poet, the black poet, I forget the name, but he was like bullshit and dancing and something. But he said it. We go right back to doing the same things we were doing. We in essence are very non-warring people. We don't want to fight. We don't. I mean, other than fighting each other, we really don't want to. We don't see the need to overpower other people. Other than the Moors, and I think that's.
And even I think that has something to do with the slave.
Oh, go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
I think that has something to do with the slave mentality too, because we've kind of been conditioned to tolerate. Right? We have a condition to tolerate and forget because we've been so traumatized. I mean, I know that stuff is in my DNA. I know it's in my DNA. I know my ancestors are in my DNA. I think that's a part of what you're really talking about is that these conditions, just imagine someone getting whipped, right? They get whipped because they did something they weren't supposed to do, what have you, right? Is that person now going to try to get away, or is that person going to try to kill the master? Chances are they're going to try to get away from it. And once they get away from it, they're going to be at peace. They're not going to go back and try to get the master. They may try to go back and free because they know the chances of them killing the master and getting away with it is very slim. So I think some of it is, it's just we have tolerance because we've been conditioned that way.
And we don't have that tolerance with one another. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, we don't have the power.
Because I don't think we don't fear each other. They fear them other people. That's what it comes down to. That's what
evidence shows that.
We weren't conditioned to fear each other.
Yeah.
We weren't conditioned to do that. We were conditioned to fear others.
As you was talking about George Floyd a minute ago, I just heard about this court case where this other police officer shot and killed this brother. She got 2 years in jail and $1,000 fine for killing the brother. Oh, she thought she was pulling out a taser,
right?
But she shot the guy, killed him.
So that's the word. That's what his life is worth.
Yeah.
Apparently.
For her mistake, that's what his life is worth. Because that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying.
That's what she said.
Like you don't have to pull a trigger. You don't have to pull a trigger with a taser.
I was watching the sentencing of that yesterday, and that was crazy, you all. If you saw that, it was insane. The victim statements, the family of Dante Wright, his parents and his brother and sister, they came and talked about how, you know, they were feeling and how they were affected, and how he had a baby son, you know, who would never get to see him, that type of thing. And then the lawyer for the person who shot him, that ex-police officer, Kim Potter, came up there and he started, it was so cold. He started saying how much people liked Kim and how, you know, just, it was ridiculous. And then the judge, she was the worst one of all. She made it like, oh, she automatically knew there's no way that she did that on purpose, that it was an accident. She was like all on her side, like it was so non-partial. It was sickening. It was sick.
Blaring is what it was.
This is
So
another
how much
one
do
of
you
the.
need to see? How much more do you need to see? And why is it that everyone is so quiet? The organizations put in place, the National Urban League, the Black Congressional Congress, they're quiet as church mice.
They're boule sellouts. I mean, if anybody even listens to them people at this point, I just don't even know why.
No, they are definitely our adversaries all day, every day. And if you could be quiet about that and be more.
Guys, something I haven't been paying attention. I'm sorry, Amina. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
It just came to my mind. I just wanted to know, what are their stance, the African leadership, like we were just talking about, on reparations? What are they doing as far as, you know, for African Americans? I have not been. I try not to pay attention to it for CARICOM, and I haven't been paying for this. But what have they? What are their stance? Have they spoken up? Wow, we have a lot of brothers and sisters that are speaking up on it. Are the leadership, the African leadership here, standing up for it or speaking up for it in any way?
They're not speaking in favor of it. No, they're not. Jim Clyburn, he's the epitome of the sellout, and says that the indigenous people deserve it, but Black Americans do not. Now, if you don't see that for what it is, we have too many of them that are selling our people out, even legislatively.
So, did he give a reason for that, or
if someone is telling you, I don't think my life deserves it, and neither
that's
does
really
yours.
that's what I was getting to. Like he didn't give a reason, but his underlying reason is he don't value himself.
You can't, no.
Well,
If
speaking of
someone is saying
reparations,
to you, I don't think Black Americans deserve reparations, he's a Black American. His ancestry is tied to chattel enslavement. And other people, the indigenous people, who also enslaved Africans, their lives mean more than ours. What does that tell you? Somebody's on a payoff.
Our problems are many, man. That's why it's like I feel like
I'm telling you.
even if we were to get reparations, if our brothers and sisters in America were to get reparations, I feel like they would just turn around and take it back the next day.
And we would give it back. All they gotta do is come out with some reparation Gucci shoes,
like,
some reparation Gucci.
I'm like, give us all land in any country we want. You know, allow us to, you know, give us enough, you know,
40 acres and a mule.
Yeah,
no,
I
we
can't.
need more than 40.
I want their money, because I feel like their money's gonna go right back to them, and that's my part. I just feel like
the 300 acres that Europeans were given just putting their foot on American soil. How about, let's talk about that? No, you can't even give 40.
African American, y'all, and when he speaks about reparation, you know, and it's funny because when the conversations first started speaking, and I remember him talking, I think, to one of his friends or his father, I don't remember, but it's funny because as a Haitian American, I stood there and I was listening to them, and I can understand the pain behind, yes, they, in one thing that I think his father or one of them said, they said, I don't think it's gonna happen. They spoke on it for a very long time, and then it kind of sighed, and they got to a point where they were like, I don't think it's gonna happen, man. If they were gonna do it, they were gonna do it a long time ago. My thing is this. I think reparation is something you take.
Yes.
And I don't know how that looks or what that looks like.
The Japanese didn't have to take, they got reparations.
But they got backing by the Japanese government.
Yeah, but before that, the Chinese got reparations.
And they also got
backed by the Chinese government.
Who's backing the Africans? And that's the part.
Nobody.
If you go deep into those reparations agreements,
see, that's the taking part, Hakeem. That's the taking part. I have this thing that stands behind me, and I'm gonna stand here with this big thing that's standing behind me, telling you that I want this. You took it from me and I want it. So now this person that you're telling it to, or the entity, is looking at that thing behind you, which is bigger than you. So you're not alone. It's like, you've been bullied at school and you go back to school with your big sister or your big brother and you like, give me my stuff back. That person that took your stuff is looking at your big sister like, yeah, let me give her stuff back. Well, we don't have a big sister or a big brother. None of us, not the Haitians, not the Jamaicans, not because Africa's not in power right now. They're not standing in a place of power. Shoot, they're still colonized.
Yeah, but America, those reparation agreements were mutually beneficial. They didn't just give them anything. The contracts was also given on the U.S. side, so they could expropriate those companies over here to those
it wasn't
countries.
for free. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the United States government doesn't give anything for nothing in return.
No,
it doesn't happen.
Let me ask you something. If they were to come with reparations to African Americans, what would they expect? Or what can they say they can get back then?
They think it's only monetarily, not just legislative, not just in education, and labor, war, medical, and healthcare. Not in those areas. They just think it's just monetarily. That's it, and it's not just monetary. And see, that's where people are conflating the issues. It's not just money. There's a plethora. We could go down a list in terms of in banking, in housing, in education, in labor, in war, in politics, in gender.
So what you're saying, in essence, if they were to give appropriate reparation, they would disempower themselves.
No, they would not. They're never going to do things.
Hear the statement before you say no. Them getting the type of reparations that African Americans deserve here would really disempower themselves.
In what fashion?
In a sense that in a society that they have built for their children, their future selves, where they are in power and in control of things, to give anybody else control or any power in that space would deplete from their power or their sense of power. And why would anybody want to do that?
But they're not giving up power. That's the point. We're just talking about 30 shekels of silver, essentially. Because
I love your statement. So she said the elite have their plans, but the Most High also has his. I agree. And I agree with you, Amina. I just know that man, they ain't do this for nothing.
No.
They ain't do this for nothing, y'all. they ain't do all this for nothing. They didn't do all of this to accomplish all that they did for nothing. And now you want it all, you want it back.
With no threat of consequence if they don't get it.
And what's the gain? What's the gain of me giving it back?
It makes no sense.
What's the gain of me giving it back just because for the right thing to do? When did these people start doing things for the right thing to do?
never had integrity
It's
ever.
naive. Like that's I don't understand.
Shout out to you, sis. Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry you had to go. I don't going back to that. I don't know if it's ever been a time where these people have done things because it was the right thing to do.
Never in their time on this land ever.
Yeah. So for
Because
me, it's a sad thing because I feel like there's so much derision and division going on about this whole thing. But is it even worth it? Us
no,
fighting the way we fight
no,
and
not at
colluding the way
all.
we're colluding, and why?
Not at all. Not at all.
And trust me, it's the same thing in the Caribbean, y'all. They fight just as much. Policies are being put in place to make sure certain people don't come into their territory so they won't partake in any benefits or reparations that might be had.
So segregation is being ensued.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I have a wonderful clip I want to share with you guys. I know we kind of got off topic, but I want to share this because I really like this brother.
With an ancient African greeting, I greet you, Hotep. Good morning.
Good morning.
Giving praise and thanks to our Creator, who, though hidden, is the source of all life, the source of all power, the source of all health. Ancestors whose work set the direction, whose sacrifices made it possible for us to be here, whose spirits still exist and who will join us if we call their name and hold their memories dear. Their patterns will continue to guide us in all our efforts. I'm very pleased to have been invited. Reverend Glasgow, thank you very much for the invitation to be here as a part of your African Pride observance in this Sunday morning service. I'm also very happy to be here because I'm bonded to you, whether you know it or not. I'm bonded to you because I'm AME, St. Mark's AME, and my service is the early service. If I don't make it to the early service, I can't make it at all. Because I'll get to sleeping and I'll sleep past service. But this African Pride celebration is extremely important to us. When my family and I had an opportunity in 1963 to go to Africa, I was delighted. I had been in a department meeting at San Francisco State. And all my life, I had wanted to go to the African continent. And the announcement came, and they said there was a job opening in Liberia. And I could hardly sit through the rest of the meeting for the hour that it took to complete it for fear that someone would beat me over to the application. And I ran halfway across the campus to get into the office and to apply for this job, and I applied for it and accepted the job before it was offered without knowing what the pay was, and I didn't care. I just wanted to go, and I knew that it would give me an opportunity to take my family. So for 6 years, we lived in Liberia, and we had the most wonderful experience, probably the high point of my life, living and learning about the continent of Africa on location. I also remember that when we went to Washington, D.C., on our way to Liberia, we met in a hotel in D.C., and we were oriented by members of the State Department. And the State Department said to us, don't feel that you're going to go to a place where they like you. In fact, Africans don't like black people. In fact, they like Europeans better than they like black people. So just be careful, don't be disappointed, and everything will be all right. I found out later that when Africans came to the United States, they told them that black people don't like Africans. And we had 63 Africans at San Francisco State at the time, training them to be educators. And so I learned something in that experience that I had known a little about, but I hadn't realized how hard the work was to make sure that Africans were separated from each other, those across the water from those that are still on the continent. And so part of our miseducation about each other was the fact that we were taught that we were not together, that there was no connection, no real connection, no meaningful connection, that it was 400 years ago that we were connected, but by now, all those things have been lost. That unfortunately has led us not to spend much time studying about the homeland. That has some very serious consequences, and I'll try to illustrate with one or two stories. The stories also said that one reason that you probably don't want to remember anyway is because Africa was a place that was underdeveloped. It was a place where there were people who were savages, meaning not civilized, pagans, meaning they didn't know God, underdeveloped, meaning that they had never made use of their environment in a way that would make a contribution to the world. Anyone who has studied Africa knows that all three of those statements are totally false. That we did know God, in fact, we were the first people to know God. That the African historians who have written on African history after examining every African group on the continent finds that there's almost no group that doesn't have in its native language, before the time of colonization, a word for God Almighty, a single God. Some seem as if they have many gods that they talk about, but they're more like angels. They all have a word for God Almighty, and there are many terms that are used. So we knew God before anyone tried to convert Africans to God. We were not underdeveloped. In fact, we were the most developed continent in the world. And for thousands of years, we led the world in technology. We led the world in architecture. We led the world in science, in astronomy, and so forth, especially in the Nile Valley, but not only in the Nile Valley. You can go back to the time of 2,000 years before the birth of Christ. And at 2,000 years before the birth of Christ, I picked that date because at that time there was no other nation in the world. Greece was not even in existence as a city-state, or set of city-states. And Africans had already built pyramids and had established not just one, but several major nations that were high technology. Later, they would establish high technology centers all over the continent, from Timbuktu with the University of Sankore, where they taught law and medicine, where they taught engineering, where they taught the Quran, because they happened to be Muslims at that time, all the way down to Zimbabwe in southern Africa, where the story was that someone had come in from Asia or Europe and built those great stone monuments, and that the Africans had kind of waited until someone came in and done that. And that simply is untrue. We now know that Zimbabwe, the great stone monuments in southern Africa, are the intellectual genius of African people. So the underdevelopment thing was also untrue. It was not only untrue, it was untrue not only for those reasons, it was also untrue because if you go back and look at what jump-started European civilization, every major philosopher of Greece, which was at the headwaters of what became truly a glorious civilization for Europe, as did Rome and so forth, but every major philosopher of Greece studied in Africa. Plato studied there for 12 years. Pythagoras studied there for 22 years, being taught by African professors in universities that had existed from 2000 BC and before, all the way back to 3000 BC. But the memory of the great accomplishments of Africans was kept from us, which is one of the reasons that so many of us have shame when we think of Africa, because we've been socialized not to know these things. And then, of course, the idea that we're not together. Well, some of us are not together. Those whose memories have been clouded about who they are and what they are are the ones who definitely are not together. On the other hand, there are many Africans who know that they belong to each other, in the same way that people all over the world who come from different places on the earth maintain their ties, their ethnic ties with their families, even as they're open to associations with other people. We have this feeling that if we unify and build family connections to each other, that somehow that represents a rejection of other people in the world. That's not true. But I tell you this, as the minister said, where the Bible says you have to love your neighbor as yourself, the neighbors of many African people are in serious trouble. Because if we love our neighbors like we love ourselves, and some of us don't love ourselves, which means you don't have the capacity to love your neighbor either, in the words of the Bible. It was also true then that we are, for those of us who are knowledgeable together, those of us who have studied. I'm impressed by a young man, he was a young man when he did his work, named Ben Yehudi. And there's a book that he wrote called Tongue of the Prophets. Ben Yehudi was a young Jewish man. And he was a young Jewish man who used his history, respected his history, and he respected his people. So much so that he decided that he would make it his personal project to restore a language that was dead, Hebrew. Hebrew had died because no one other than the rabbis read Hebrew, and then only a limited vocabulary just to be able to interpret the Hebrew scriptures. And then Ben Yehudi says, I would like for Hebrew to be a modern language so that my people can learn it and use it as a basis for identity. At a time where Jews were scattered all over the world. They were Germans, they were Americans, they were Frenchmen, they were Asian, they were everywhere. But he said, I would like to have something that builds unity in the community, so language would be the way to do it. And people laughed at him and said, that's foolish, that's stupid. Why would anybody, even if you created such a language, why would anybody use it when it's really much more important to use English or French, because that's the national, international language of commerce and industry and so forth. Why would you do, in this modern era, why would you do Hebrew? And so he created the Hebrew language. And then he did something else. He wanted his own 2 children to be the first people in 2,000 years who spoke Hebrew only as their first language. And he taught his children, and he wouldn't let anybody come into the house, no one, until his children knew Hebrew. And once they knew Hebrew, then he opened up and introduced them to everyone else. That young man had provided then the basis for what became the State of Israel. Because the State of Israel now has as their national language a modern functioning language. They had to add vocabulary because they didn't have words like airport, airplane in Old Hebrew because there were none. But by the work of this single person, he was able to convince a group of people to claim a part of their history and to restore themselves. And then, of course, they used the history to make a 2,000-year-old land claim and went back into the Middle East and established the State of Israel. That's the example of how history, how culture is meaningful to you. Now, they still speak English, they still speak French, they still speak all those other things, but you cannot deny yourself and embrace everybody and everything else and be a whole and healthy people. So it becomes very important for us to look at examples like these, because so many of us really have not done our homework. I understand those who say things like, I never left anything in Africa. Malcolm X said, you left your mind in Africa. So that we have to deal with this. We're unable, for example, let me give just a quick example. Some time ago, there was a controversy that erupted in Oakland, California, just 2 or 3 years ago. In December of that year, the word came out that there was an Ebonics program in the school. I never saw so many people running for cover. in December. It would be January, 3 weeks later, before you even knew what the controversy was about from the point of view of the people in Oakland. What was the Board of Education's position? No one even printed the board's position because we were under so much ridicule because it said that the Oakland people wanted to teach Ebonics in the school. That was not the position of the board. They said they wanted to acknowledge that Ebonics is spoken in the community and to respect the fact that that is a language spoken in the community and not to denigrate children when you teach them standard English. The program was standard English. But then we were ashamed. We had ministers leading major organizations that came out. I'm talking about African ministers opposed to Ebonics. We had heads of civil rights organizations castigating Ebonics. We had leaders who were castigating Ebonics in Ebonics. Because we were ashamed. Because we didn't know. A simple study of ourselves would have taught us that we could explain why so many of the children in Detroit speak the way they speak. They speak the way they speak because their parents speak that way. And their parents speak that way because they have retained, in spite of 400 years of presence in the United States, they have retained features of languages of Africa in their own language. Most linguists don't know that. I work with the Center for Applied Linguistics. We did a book on Ebonics not long ago, and most of the greatest linguists don't know a single African language. So if you don't know the antecedent language, how can you explain what it's like now if you don't know what it was like before? It turns out that there's a reason why we say fo, mo, and do. And it has nothing to do with whether our tongues and lips are big, as the linguist said, and so you can't really articulate because of the shape, the size of the tongue and the shape of the lips. We say fo, mo, and do because the phonetic system of almost any African language requires that you put a vowel at the end of the word. We don't end our words in Africa with consonants. So you have Congo, Nigeria, Nkrumah, Jomo, Kenyatta. We always have vowels on the end of those words. And so when you're forced into a new language system to adopt a vocabulary that comes out of Scandinavia or somewhere out of one of the Russian countries where they may have 5 or 6 consonants at the end of the word, you have to make an adjustment because the strongest thing in anyone's language is the sound system. The explanation I'm giving you about that simple thing right now, you can't make unless you know yourself, unless you study yourself. So you find yourself being ashamed because of the absence of self-study. In the Ebonics program, they said that language was genetically related to African language. That really hurt us. And I wish you could have seen the pain on the faces, even of some black linguists, as they talked about that. Because they don't know linguistics. In linguistics, genetic relationship means 2 languages are not accidentally related to each other. It's no accident that they're related. Not DNA produces language, not biology produces language. And they said it's racist what they say. It had nothing to do with race. So that the people were beat up in Oakland and suffered a lot because the community itself couldn't stand up and say we're African people. And we sound this way because African people still save some of the features of the language, including some of the grammar. That's why we say I be, we be, he be, she be. And you go get the little boy's mother and bring them to school and say, Miss Jones, your boy has a speech impediment and a language disorder. And she said, what's wrong with him? There's nothing wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with her. They have a language difference, not a language deficit. You have to be able to explain those things. That's just one example of why it's necessary to understand ourselves in order to be able to hold our heads up and to have the pride that we're supposed to have. Again, because if you don't love yourself, you can't love your neighbor. That's the piece that I think we have to understand. 100 years ago, this year, in July, there was a conference held in London called the First Pan-African Conference. The people who headed it, people like Sylvester Williams out of the Caribbean, people like George Padmore out of Liberia, people like W.E.B. Du Bois out of the United States, went to London to try to repair the damage that had been done by propaganda and miseducation and misinformation, and to join together the African family so that it would look like other families, like the Hebrews who got themselves back together again. Oh, they still associate with, like, love, and do everything with other people, but they have to take care of home first. And we've never understood that. And until we understand that, we can't have any pride. We have a need to teach our children. We have a need to teach all of our children. We need to have the education of our children under our control. The public schools will not, and maybe never not, offer the specific education that our children need. That must be done in community. Your churches have to do that. In fact, that's what's done in other communities. Their churches do that. Their community organizations do that. You raise your children yourself. We're not doing that. And as a consequence, we're depending upon institutions that are not even competent to pass on the history. I worked in Portland, Oregon for almost 10 years developing what we call baseline essays. And these were essays on different aspects of the African experience, our mathematical experience, Africa all the way to the present, our literary experience, Africa all the way to the present, our experience in science all the way from the past to the present. And we developed a set of essays. It was interesting. We got more flack about the essays just for talking about ourselves. We weren't castigating anybody. We were not talking bad about, we even subdued our justifiable anger at oppression, slavery, and colonization. We hardly talked about that at all. We merely wanted to get together the information that would help us to clarify who we were. And we had just such an incredible outpouring, not from Portland, the people in Portland were very good, but from people outside who couldn't understand why we would even want to know those things. And then many people began to run for the exits again because they felt ashamed that we called attention to the fact that we were African people. Happily, Portland is back on track. Some school systems, and especially Detroit, I have to hand it to the school board in Detroit, to Kay Lovelace and people like that, to Brother Kwesi Ohene from the Association for Classical African Civilization, to many people who are in our Holy Royal family, been with me to Egypt, and to the community. This is probably the best informed African community, maybe in the world, in Detroit. You say, well, I don't know how that's possible. How is that possible? You say, wouldn't that be New York? Wouldn't that be some other places? Well, there are pockets in every place. And of course, everybody in Detroit doesn't know everything that they ought to know. But I don't know a school district that had 4,000 people on a curriculum of inclusion other than Detroit. In fact, I don't even know a professional organization other than that equal what used to happen here in Detroit every year on the African child placed in crisis, that conference, where you bring together the scholars from all over the world who can fill in the gap. That happened here. Didn't even happen in New York. I used to run a conference called The Infusion of African and African American Content in School Curriculum in Atlanta. And the highest we ever reached was 1,000 people, actually 2,000 people. We reached 2,000. You had 4,000 here in the last few years almost on a routine basis. You have a serious attention being paid to the museums and so forth. This is indeed a core community for so much of the revolutionary ideas for African people. And I think you really ought to be proud of what you do. And it ought to be exported everywhere. And even more broadly exported here in the city of Detroit. You had one of the giants of this kind of thinking who just passed this last week, Brother Jaramogi, from the Shrine of the Black Madonna. And we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to ourselves to read the book that he wrote many years ago called Black Christian Nationalism And then to look at the example of the shrine in Houston, and to look at the example of the shrine in Atlanta, and to look at the example of the shrine in Detroit, and the kind of impact that they have had in changing people's lives and in changing the communities around them, operating in love and also with pride, and the kind of pride that makes them want to be self-determining people, owning property, building schools, doing all kinds of things that a full community would do.
That being said, I thought this clip was amazing. I really didn't know much about this brother. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but I just started listening to him this week. And when I heard a lot of what he said, it kind of correlated for me within me how, important it is for us to really come together and understand, first and foremost, our roots. And it should be important for all of us to try to get to know Africa because it is fundamentally who we are. And then when he talked about some of the, I was very much interested the fact that he touched on language because I think that is something that I think eventually, if we are moving forward towards unity, we're gonna need to, do that. Take our stuff back. Israel took their stuff back. Sacrifices were made, but they did that. And so, I mean, when we think about what we need to do, getting lump sums of money from them would be nice, but I think we're gonna need to show that we're serious about wanting our stuff back by trying to take the stuff back that we can take back by ourselves. And so for me, I thought this was interesting. Anybody want to speak on what they just heard, or if you're familiar with this brother, let me know what you think.
I am familiar with Dr. Hilliard. He was a brilliant scholar. His legacy is there ain't no word for his legacy. It's more people need to really study up on him and learn what he contributed to the discussion in terms of knowledge of ancient Ethiopian and ancient Egyptian history, and about the Bible and the origination.
Yeah, I saw that he had a lot of that. I was really interested. I was digging into that this week. Really interesting.
So that needs to be researched as well. We have so much to find out and to do our own due diligence on, and stop believing other people. We have so much to learn, and the wisdom is there, and we just need to take the necessary steps to just do our own research about it. It's too much. It's too much information.
Anybody else familiar with this brother? Or it's funny because it's like I've never heard of him before. I think last week I started listening to a lot of his stuff, and I just think he's amazing. And it's funny because most people don't get their flowers until it's too late. But he put his work in.
Yeah, I never heard of the brother, but he's saying some real stuff, especially when he was talking about Socrates and Plato and those guys who openly studied in Timbuktu in Africa, and got their knowledge there. That was the center. That was the university.
Yes.
Because they did things in Egypt by building the pyramids that they still can't do today.
Exactly.
So they had the technical knowledge, medicine, mathematics, education, agriculture.
Yeah. And don't forget spirituality. All religion begins with us. And he said that, I was like, yeah, that was fly. And it's true, because when you think of it that way, then you understand why our people are so connected to these belief systems. It's like these things have a root somewhere with us. And that's why we're still conditioned by them so much.
At the same time, there's people like that Hawass guy, or however you say his name, the head of the Egypt archaeology over there.
Ashra Kwesi.
No. That's like one of our teachers, but the guy who's head of the antiquities, Egyptian
Oh,
antiquities
okay,
over there,
the
something
Arab.
say Hawass or something.
Yeah, I know you're
Anyway,
talking
he
about.
said this ridiculous thing I saw today in a video. He says, yes, he said, Egypt has no connection to Africa and Africans. He's the head of the, like literally, he's no connection. It's like, yeah, it's in Africa, but it has no connection to African people. It's like this is why we're in this situation, because people are still willing to believe that Egypt is white people, even though they drew themselves as black people, even though their skin is black, even though everything, but they're still willing to believe that. And as long as they can say, yeah, we're the real Egyptians, you guys are just, pretending. They're still trying to say that 2022.
Let me ask you something. So, do you recognize the fact that there were white people trickling in and buying into and marrying into Egypt? And do you recognize that at all?
At a certain way later date, a way later date. And it's like what you guys were talking about earlier, how you don't like that movie, Lord of the Rings. You know, this is how I'm always talking about how they hide our real history in myths. We have the, ancient myths, Medusa and such, and then we have our newer myths, Lord of the Rings. And it's saying the same thing I always say about how the Sumerians said they created people. In the movie, some wizards create some people, this orc looking things, to fight this war for them against who's supposed to be the king because they want to be in charge. That kind of thing. It's the same old story, but they make it fantastical.
So I like what Souls of Our Ancestors is saying. So she's saying if they give up Egypt, that opens the floodgates that destroys many of other whitewashed narratives.
Like this Lord of the Rings, okay, we got these castles and all this. And one of the main cities or main names is called Gondor. Where is Gondor? Ethiopia! It's got castles, ancient castles. Okay, this is the hidden history.
So what do you I agree. I agree that I agree with Souls. I agree with you. I know that they did.
Gondor,
And then I
Ethiopia.
because that's what it goes back to that what I said about reparation. Like they didn't do this for nothing. They're not gonna give it all up. They feel like their ancestors stole this honest and whatever. And even though they're bumping into it and seeing that in some cases there were a lot of lies being told, they're not willing to give up the bag. It's like your ancestor went and robbed a bank, and because of that, you became rich and your children and their children, and you have the capacity to make your children's children's children rich. Are you going to just say, you know what, my grandfather robbed you and all of this belongs to you?
It only works as long as we don't know who we are.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, answer my question. Do you think anybody's going to give up the bag and say, hey, this belongs to you?
No, of course not. They're devils. They're not willingly going to do that. Of course not. But there's something happening here that's deeper than they are. They're just a character in this play.
And I agree with you on that.
They're just a small part in the cycle.
And let me ask you something. Does it make a difference if we see and I like that you said that, Soul, and I don't want to bypass that without really paying attention to what you just said. When you said that, it made me think about something. You know, I am really in the belief, or that what you believe, you make relevant, and it becomes life. When we look at them, do we see them as a part of something that they have no control of either, or do we look at them as people that are completely in control and in power? And
I
there is
think
nothing
that's
higher than
interesting.
them. I mean, do we look at them like that?
Well, when I was younger, a teenager and that, I used to love to read science fiction. I read all the great science fiction writers. I'm very familiar. I've read everything by this one writer named Philip K. Dick, who they've made a lot of the famous science fiction movies about from, like Total Recall and some other ones. And what I see is that all these things in these books, they create it. It's like a blueprint, and it's all about robots. It's been about robots since like the 50s or whatever, when they first started writing these books. And everything they write about, they create it. Like for cell phones, for example, they used to be called communicators in the Star Trek movies. They had flip phones, but they called them communicators. And they even have these documentary called The Science of Star Trek, The Science of Star Wars. And they talk to these scientists about how when they were children, they saw these ideas and they decided they were going to create them. And they did. And so what our myths and our stories that we tell our children are important to creating what they decide they think they're able to create in the future. So
So,
that
so I guess my thing is this the story we need to tell our children that look, in the end, you're going to win, that they are just pawns in the game as well. And I don't think that we've been doing that with our children. I think we've been inciting fear, and if not fear, false power in some cases. Anybody else want to respond to that? Because that
Yeah,
is
I'll
something that
jump
I'm.
in because
Go ahead.
they know that their time is almost up. They can't perpetuate this charade much longer. It's the crap is going to hit the fan, and you also have external forces that are dividing Americans against Americans, blacks against other blacks. You know, we have external forces also that
Yeah.
would like to see the whole house of cards tumble down.
Yeah.
You know, so they know that that's why they don't want people to vote now, because they know that they don't have the numbers. And every year,
They're doing whatever they can do to change the rights of voting. Yeah.
oh, they that's their on their top of their list right about now. They don't want people to actually go out and vote because
Yeah.
they know that the country is browning, as they call it. And they know that their time is up. So they're going to that's how they're going to have to keep control for a little while longer.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just a matter of time. You know, they can do it for a little while, yeah, maybe 4, 8 years, but a lot is going to happen in 4 and 8 years. The technology that it's going to be a VR world, you know, as far as modern technology in the next 2, 3 years. Technology is at a state now where we have artificial intelligence. You know, then it's going to get to a point of artificial general intelligence that's going to be like smarter than the average human anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There will be robots. Robots will be doing most of the heavy lifting. That is why people are talking about a universal income, because there's not going to be enough jobs for everybody because the robots are going to be doing most of the jobs. So that's why they're talking about the universal income. Andrew Yang is talking about that also. That's a whole nother thing.
You know, there's places in China where they have that somewhat where people don't they're already exercising that in one city in China.
Yeah, I think they do have a test case.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a test case in here in America also. I'm not quite sure of the place,
Mhm.
but it's a small group that they selected, a few hundred people, as I recall.
Wow.
You know, so it's something that is going to be more and more um, publicized, I should say, in the near future also.
Get your stuff. All I can tell people is to have your bag ready with your passports and everything, because you never know. You never know. I'm just saying, and it's around the world. I'm just saying, it's all around the world. You never know.
Oh yeah.
It's not just here. It's all around the world. It's just we're living in a weird time, y'all. Like right now, what's happening in Ukraine might become something that affects our doorsteps.
Well, from what I gather, I got to be real careful what I say now. There's a lot of disinformation going on in the Ukraine also,
Yeah.
and not including the hacking, because some of their systems went down. Because I went and I was looking for some Ukrainian websites that supposed to have been up, and they weren't. So that tells me that there's something going on, behind the scenes.
Yeah. And I love what you just said, souls of ancestors. That's why it's imperative that we get back what's natural to us, and that is tilling the land. And we must create communities that allow us to care for ourselves. Yes, I agree 100%. Oh man, thank you so much. Well, we're about to close out. I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to speak on this discussion. I'm going to try to be here again tomorrow. I will not promise, because I don't keep promises when it comes to that, because my family, sometimes stuff happens, y'all. Okay, so Jude, you've been pretty quiet. I know that you tried to speak earlier. I apologize if you didn't really get to speak much, but I really love the fact that you still join us as much as you do. Tell us what you think about what we're talking about today. We talked a little bit on reparations. I really wanted to spend some time on, but I think we did that. I think around what we were talking about, we touched base on how we must value ourselves and how we must take care of ourselves and how we must see ourselves. And so that really touches everything that I really wanted to talk about. So Jude, your closeout. Are you still with us? Jude, did you go to sleep? He is on mute. You're on mute. All right, so Jude must have walked away. We love you, Jude. I'm gonna kick you out now. Okay, so that being said, so my sister, I'm back to you. Tell me what you think about this discussion. I think it was amazing. I think it's another one for the records. I love the talks that we have on here. I love the fact that people are so honest, so open, and yeah, it's a good space for me. So tell me what you think, sis.
Well, I think I said all I needed to say about the reparations, but about the tilling the land comment, I think that's very important for us to learn how to be sustainable, self-sustainable, learn how to be with the earth. But what I heard when I was in the Caribbean not too long ago, last year, I was speaking about how come, there's not that much food growing in this one particular island that I was at. And the brother was telling me that because of slavery, people don't want to do that stuff.
Oh, so they don't want to be looked at as slaves.
Yeah, they're like against it because of that. There's like a they all want to be like gangbangers over there now. I'm laughing in pain right now because it's so terrible. This beautiful paradise, but it's like Detroit. It's like gangs and the corruption. It's so disgusting. They get money from the government because it's part of the U.S. But then the politicians or whoever takes the money because it doesn't go to the people. It doesn't go to the roads. The roads are terrible. The buildings are falling apart. They got hundreds of year-old buildings. It's crazy. Crazy. Lord have mercy, I'm gonna tell you. So we have a lot to do, but we can do it with self-love and knowledge. Like for me, I like to show my children all the time, like, look at these, African pharaohs and look at this and look, Sheikh Bonaminda from Senegal, Sheikh Amadou Bamba. I force them to look at stuff everywhere in my walls in my house. You see Rastafari, you see Sheikh Amadou, just knowledge of self, of our past, how we got here.
Yeah.
And I've come a long way from it when I was a teenager, when I was a child, because I had the same propaganda put on me that Africans just lived in huts and didn't have clothes and all this stuff. So it took a long time for me to learn about, the greatness and how Africa was the source of all knowledge.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's too much lies. And that's why they say the devil is the father of lies. So when we, reject Satan and the devil and we go towards the sun, the light, the source of life or whatever name you call it, that spirit that lives in us is going to, show us the truth, because it is truth. And so it's there for us. This love, this truth, this spirit of life is there for us to find. It's there in the names of our ancestors, in the names of, these people who we are told were called gods, but really we're just people who were our fathers and our mothers. And they were the examples that we were supposed to look up to. And thank God in the modern time we have Rastafari and Empress Menen. And there's some people, who were freedom fighters, who even made, certain people who everyone bows to bow to them. So I got the proof. So with respect, to that, it's about learning that knowledge and that respect of self and love of self, and that spirit is going to overcome, and that's where my faith is. So thanks everybody. More peace and love.
Thank you, sis. Love you. Thank you very much. You have a good evening. So I have to say, someone somewhere, I apologize for Mississippi earlier. I do believe that brother loves us. I just think he likes coming in here, but he hasn't really been out the way to like communicate yet. I'm hoping the next time he comes on, he'll do better. We love you, Mississippi. Shout out to you. So someone somewhere, tell me what you think. This has been a great discussion. And as I say, I think I have some, if we are looking at frequency and at dimensions, I truly believe that we're higher dimension people. Not a lot of us, the channel does not get a lot of traffic, but I think in the higher dimensions, there's not too many people right now, but we are very much, I love the way you guys think.
In the higher dimensions, we already connected to the higher dimensions.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna leave that for another show. That when we talk about the quantum realm.
Oh, I would like that. I was trying to get Billy Carson. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do know who that is.
I wish I could get him on here because I'm such a fan.
We got to sweat him. We got to sweat him.
Okay. I be trying to, I just want to get him on here because I think he's amazing. But
yeah, he's got facts. The brother's got facts. He did his research. That's why I say do your own research, like he did.
Yes.
And he hit me to a few things.
Yes. And so I'm trying to get him on here. I sent him a little, but me with my little bit of numbers, he's probably like. But hopefully, I'm gonna keep trying. If anybody knows Billy Carson, tell him I would love to have him on here and steal some of his jewels.
It's all good.
So tell me, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Someone somewhere, Mr. Hashim, any one of you, tell me, what do you think? This is the closeout. What did you gain? What did you lose?
I'm glad I stepped in tonight and chimed in with my little 2 cents worth.
You put a couple stacks on the table today. It wasn't 2 cents. I'll say those were stacks. So.
Yeah, I like to keep it in facts and numbers, and not speculation, because a lot of people can speculate, but I'm looking back at the facts, and I see things happening in cycles, just like the earth and the sun rotates, it's the same with countries and economies.
Yeah.
And there's a cycle, and we need to read the cycles, just like we see the gray clouds coming and then the wind starts blowing. We need to read the signs.
We used to do that as a people. We were very much focused on how things worked. I like that. Yeah.
Anyway, that's peace and blessings to everyone out there.
Peace, brother. Appreciate your perspective.
Not a problem.
Thank you so much. And if you could reach out to Billy Carson on your end for me too.
I'm at least emailing
Another
you
email.
now. Yeah.
But thank you so much, my brother. Okay, so someone somewhere again. Thank you for being so patient. Woo, we had a tough night tonight, and again, I apologize for Mississippi. I don't know what we're gonna do with that, brother. But
No, it's okay. Nah,
this total discussion, I think
that's so the daddy. I hear that it's text on the other day, but it's cool. He. I mean, he's coming. You know, he's trying to seek ulterior information. I mean, even though a lot of people just wear their emotion on their sleeve, but he's coming back. So it's like he wants the unity. A
he
lot
do
of
want
people.
the unity. He's just really hurt and upset and want to support his people, and I get that.
Yeah.
I do. I wish he could come on here and not curse because I really want to let him get it all out.
Yeah.
Cursing because then YouTube looks at me like, boop, this video's not gonna show.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I definitely understand where our people in the United States and in the Caribbean and Brazil are coming from when they speak about the reparations. We definitely deserve them, but
Yeah.
in my case, I tend when I look at history, I don't look at history for the sense of to look for like a self-esteem boost, confidence type of thing. I do it to try to learn from the mistakes that people made. And one thing that really um crippled our people in the United States specifically was when we had the organization and the mobilization ability during the 60s and 50s. We asked for the wrong things and I think when we're doing that right now with the reparations thing. By the time we get mobilized and organized, we don't need to be asking for reparations. We need to enact our own things and create our own things. But just like the other show you had before, people, anybody just listening, we have to think the big picture. We can't look at our immediate circumstances and be short-sighted. Yes, it gets hard sometimes, especially when you are in an economic rat race, as a lot of our people are. But still, don't get caught up in that. Think big picture. It's not gonna be as fast as you think, but I mean it could be as fast as you want it to be.
Yeah.
Just on a level of discipline, as long as you're strategic and disciplined, it will be cool. But just be farsighted, not short-sighted. That's all I gotta say. For if you want to fight for reparations, do your thing. I'm not gonna stop you.
And I'm not against you. And that's how I feel about it. And I thank you. I appreciate it. I agree with you 100%. I always do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, I'm gonna try to be here again tomorrow. Hope to see you. Thank you, my brother. Okay, guys. So this was a great discussion. I don't know. There's a lot that I learned from this. I want to thank again, B. Betty. I want to thank Amina. I want to thank Hashim, even Mississippi. Of course, someone somewhere, Jude, everybody that came on panel today. I want to thank you guys and those of you that were in the comment section. Man, I saw some comments, very powerful. I am truly I'm hopeful because I see that there are some positive things happen. I understand now, and I agree with B. Betty when she said that it's just a part of the healing, the process. Us coming together is inevitable, and I truly believe that it's gonna happen when we need it the most. And so, that being said, until then, I just think that it's time that we start exercising love, unity, yes, working together, trying to make these tentacles reach where we are, closing out on the markets all around us, making sure that our money stays in our communities. And I interjected communities, meaning continental, off continental, Caribbean. I mean, UK, Canada, all the way around. We can do this. It's really the only option, y'all. It's the best form of reparation, self-power. I want to say this. Today was for me a really good discussion. I think there's some good. If you didn't see all of it, go back, rewind. I think that you guys are going to appreciate it. If you did not, I want to say thank you. There's so much love here for you, the Blackness.